Good afternoon. It's Friday. The weekend is upon us. And for those of you who work weekends, I am truly, deeply sorry. For you do not hold the same delight for weekends that the rest of us do. I'm kind of struggling with understanding why last week the strip went so fast. When this week, I feel like we put in similar hours, and we're not even halfway there yet. This I find disheartening. That's the word for it. Let's have a look as to where we're at. This is where we left off yesterday. We're not even really. We're just about a quarter of the way through, and well, about a quarter of the way through. It's feeling a little odd that it is so much different this time round when it is the exact same pattern. Now, nice Mr. Nautical has suggested that it's because, well, it was new and interesting, and now it's not. To an extent, I could accept that. Except the fact that, well, other than my hands are really cold today, how am I cold? How in the name of mercy are my hands this cold? It just seems... I mean, because I designed it, it's not like, oh my goodness, I don't know whether I'm up to the job or, this it was all within my remit. So I don't see, I mean, as we all know, lace is just made a cross and twist. How much more different can it be? So I don't know. I do wonder if I've been, because I do know that I've been a little bit more down this week. No particular reason, I guess. But with that in mind, that likely will have some effect on it. Now, I need all my hands. Now, I am doing something different this time round. So, let's sort this out. Like that. And you'll soon discover what the difference is that I am not doing the same as I was. So, let's do this. Feels a long journey. This is not going to work as well as it did for the top one, but we shall see. You now need to tug down a little bit. There. Got the itches. Itch. It is something that I've talked about before, is that I get what I call stress itches. The more frustrated, the more I think, the more I get migraines, and the more I itch. And it's almost like the brain cells are allergic to it. Oh, but this back scratcher is sent from heaven. Right. So, I need to, just because I need one of you and another of you. So I need to do the pin thing. Bring you down this way. You get back in. You are kind of done with for the moment. And we need you. You've had your 3 twists. We need you lot. And we need you to be not wrapped around all of the pins. Thanks very much. Thank you. Now, you're good. You're okay. You... not so much. You are... this pin is the wrong side of that. That's what's wrong with that. It still looks wrong. That's because you need to go in that hole there. Like that. There, that's better. Then we need to do you. And I feel a need to make you all a bit longer. It's odd that the other side didn't feel as short. Oh, it's a bit long now. Of course it's a bit long now. Of course it is. Now you're a bit short again. Too long, too short. Too long, too short. That's definitely too long. Far too long. The hell happened with that? Right. you. Scrunch you up. Grab a pin. Stick it in. Tug on everybody to make sure you're all good. Like that. You are and I need you? Yes. You're far too short. So, back to the middle. Need to make it a bit longer. Complete the bit at the bottom. Everyone's been twisted, so that's okay. Need you in the way a bit more. Tug. Twisty, twisty. Too long. you all out again. So, you need to be longer. You're a bit too long now, of course. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's up, that's good, eh? Put you over there. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're already long, so you get to go back in your stick. We seem to spend a lot of time doing edges and very little time in the middle, which doesn't make sense, to be honest. Well, it should be, you know, kind of even, really. So, you all need to be longer. And you come off the top because you're annoying. Kick out. I'm not much for drama. Now, there's drama in this drama. I'm up for a good drama film. I'm up for a good series. I'm up for... But real world drama kind of doesn't float my boat. I like it all to be pretend. And I woke up this morning to a game I follow very closely for there to have been drama. And it's preying on my mind that, you know, how it can how things blow up from naught to, you know, kind of nuclear explosion and then done and dusted in what is a relatively short period of time. I mean, from what I saw, it was not absolutely clear what the cause and effect were, but clearly player A and player B had a disagreement. Now, who was right, who was wrong? To an extent, does it really matter? But it ended up with one of them having to leave the game. And it is a game after all. And I find myself sitting there kind of going, now we all know that you can be really into a game, you can get really frustrated, especially, you know, if you die to a bug or... I was playing the remastered Oblivion and just following the story, and it says, go meet this dude, so you go meet this dude, and he says, you know, I need you to follow this guy and find out what happens to him, and then the guy kind of flips and attacks everybody, so you wade in and you kill him. You then have to go to jail. Well, you don't have to go to jail, but if you try not to go to jail, basically everybody in the city descends upon you and kills you, so you have to go to jail, and... kind of, you know, but as a general, so I found that rather annoying because, you know, I was trying to be a nice guy, I was, you know, trying to, you know, help people who needed helping, you know, all this kind of stuff, and the game made me out to be a bad person. And, well, that's kind of not what I wanted. And it's kind of not what I agreed to. Because, you know, the king's men told me to go and see this dude and help him. So I did. They set me up, dude. And they are the good king's men, not bad king's men, you know. They're not, you know, they're not the rival faction from within, you know, or anything like that. You know, these are legitimately, you know, the sworn kind of knights of the empire kind of deal, you know. And oh, shut up, dog. So it was a little bit odd then to be finding myself kind of, well, as a bad guy, because, well, that wasn't the plan. But I'm generally, much as it annoys me, right, here's the thing. I'm sure many of you do this too. There are times that you do things that you hate yourself for, but you can't not do them either. So, for example, when playing a game, I feel compelled to help others. So if other people are posting, you know, how do I do this? Or where's this? I have to answer. I have to help because I know the answer. It's, you know, it feels wrong of me not to. And as I've said, you know, I'm not a big fan of gatekeepers. So, you know, it's a thing, right? But then at the same time, if you play for 6 hours, for example, and for 6 hours all you seem to do is answer the same questions, I get a bit pissy about it. And it's kind of like, you do know that the only reason that I know the answer to this is because I bothered to look. I bothered to remember. Why is it that you can feel so entitled to walk into a game and go, where's this? Someone give me money. I need someone to give me a full set of armour. I need... Well, then go and earn it like the rest of us, you know. It's... I've always had a bit of a problem with gameplay like that, where people walk in and kind of go, I can't be bothered, so you need to do it for me, and why do you look funny? Why are you... It's because you two are crossed somehow. Okay, well, I'll undo this then. I'm not quite sure how that happened. So, but you aren't crossed. Oh, I see the problem. It's because you, my dear friend, are not supposed to be twisted 3 times. You need to come down from the heavens and do the dance with you. Let's pick some of these pins out like that. And it's you that get crossed and come down. There we go. So yeah, I woke up to, you know, and I've seen this before. And I have stood up for a vindicated party before now. And in fact, I'm not convinced that the vindicated party that I stood up for wasn't Iron Mouse, in fact, who is a very big VTuber now. But I've got a feeling this was more her early days. Because I remember the argument was that someone was pretending to have the same condition that she had. And well, the accusation from the person I helped was that someone else was pretending to have the same conditions that, you know, this particular person had. And the conditions that she had were basically identical to Iron Mouse. So whether Iron Mouse is the same person? No idea. Am I going to find out? Probably not. And, you know, but Iron Mouse got booted from, or someone, I'm going to say Iron Mouse, because although it seems slightly unlikely, I seem to remember that was her name, but maybe it wasn't. Anyway, this person then got booted from the game because she was being bullied by this other person who was claiming to have the same stuff as her. And so what this particular person, let's call them A and B. So A was the person I was trying to help. B is like the slightly disingenuous person, right? And every time A would go to do something, so she would host a stream with a giveaway, B would immediately announce the same. At the same time, basically doing the exact same thing, right? And then B would be claiming that Iron Mouse, that A had done it first, right? And that A was copying her, and she was the victim, and you know, all the rest of it. But you could see very clearly that, you know, A would post in the forum, "Hey, you know, I'm going to do this weekend. You know, let's all have a party, and you know, in-game party that is, you know, kind of thing." And then this person was going, "Oh, I was going to do that. You're just copying me." Well, yeah, but you didn't post about it yet. You haven't told anyone. So every single time you say that A is copying you, A got there first, right? And it became quite slanderous, which was unnecessary. It's a fucking game. And, well, B called A lot of names, so A kind of went, "Look, you know, I'm prepared to wash sins free," kind of thing. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Concentrate, woman. And B wouldn't have none of it. Then it got to in-game bullying. And when A went to the game owners sided with B. Now, it did seem wrong. And A did say to me that virtually everyone who stood up to her, because it was her, there were two girls, everyone who'd stood up to B and stood with A seemed to get banned. And it's like, well, I don't think I'm going to get banned for it. But at the same time, you know, it did seem incredibly unfair that, you know, A would always have, you know, said this first, done this first, whatever, and then B would claim that A is stealing all the glory, right? And you're kind of like, well, but if she got there first, she got there first, right? You know, it's like if two people invent the same thing simultaneously and whatever, whoever manages to patent it first wins, right? It almost doesn't matter that if A and B both simultaneously came up with the same thing. If they can't make an agreement to jointly do it between them, and then so at least both of them in some level win, well, whoever gets to the patent office first is going to be the winner, right? Just sit still, dog. But in this game, the underdog, shall we call it, didn't lose, they won. And so it cost the game this particular person. Now, in a sense, games lose people left, right and centre. It's how it works, you know. People play it religiously for weeks and then one day wake up and I'm bored of it now. And I did exactly the same. I played it for a good few years and then almost overnight one day it was like, you know what, I'm done. And I do that with a lot of things. Now, I do that to an extent with crafting, but not... I'm not done. I just find some other project I want to do for now. And that is a very big difference. It's not that I now hate insert whatever. I just have something I want to do more. And there are only so many days, and especially as all my hobbies seem to be slow hobbies, you know, it is then hard to not have an element of, I've worked really hard on this project, I'm proud of this project, but now I want to do something else. Now I want to try something else that's not this particular hobby. Because much like my squares, I am rather bored of my squares. And, you do get to a point where you go, kind of done squares now. Squares are done. I need to move on now to do something else. Frankly, anything else. I need to do, a change of scenery. And it's not a wrong thing. If you do, because I don't do bookmarks, if all I ever did was bookmarks the size of these sticks kind of thing, we all know that I'm capable of doing a smaller project quite quickly. I mean, if you look at what I've done here, that's more than enough for a bookmark. So, a couple of days, it will be over with. So then you could do, different colours, different aspects, different stitches, different combinations, how they interact, and, all of those kind of things. But I don't. I like big projects. So I do basically the same shit for months on end. Is it kind of not... bear in mind, I'm 7 months into making my squares. I've been making the same damn square for 7 months. Now, yes, we've made... God knows how many... What was it? 28 triangles, right? But the truth of the matter is it's 28 goddamn identical bloody triangles. And you do get into a bit of, but I only just did that yesterday. And it's, again, it's not because I hate it. Because I don't. I still want to see the finished product. I still want to make it. Now, if this, for example, works out and joining of my strips is to my satisfaction, well, then there is a really good hope to change to making metre-long strips. Which means no stopping and starting, just continuing for like a metre or so. And maybe making 6 strips. And then, of course, trying to sew them together. Now, the sewing them together, I do not expect to be as easy as pie. I do expect trials and frustrations in that. But, I only have 6 joins, So, from that point of view, maybe the squares will convert into a half curtain. So that it only covers the bottom half, or the top half, whichever way, you decide to do it, of a window. Because bear in mind, the window I have in mind for my curtain is not really viewable by anyone. It doesn't need a net curtain on it, because no one's ever going to walk past the first floor window. So, with that in mind, it is... I can do what I like, really. Now, one of the other things that you can do with making strips is give it a V-shape ending at the bottom. Make it a prettier bottom. Do something else, do something fancy. Add a few beads at the bottom for a bit of weight, for example. There's all these options, and as we know, my brain's not good with options. In fact, it gets very overwhelmed with options. For I am indecisive. But, the idea of adding some beads at the bottom to give it a bit of, weight, and so that it hangs. It is a nice idea, give it a bit of colour, or some sparkle, or something, Hey, Flusen V, how you doing? It's Friday. Disappointingly, technically my PTO is done and dusted, but of course I'm not back to work till Monday, so it's not really over yet. And that's another weird thing that brains do to you, right? Is that you have a week of paid time off, and you're all pumped because you got a week off, whatever it is, but your brain almost denies you the joy. So, if you have a standard working week off, Saturday, well, sort of Friday night, skip the next Friday to the following Monday, you've just had 9 days off. Now, 9 days off sounds great and glorious. But what does your brain do? Well, Friday night, well, it's just normal Friday night. Saturday and Sunday, it's just normal Saturday and Sunday. Your time off doesn't really... Oh, look, spam bot. Let's kill the spam bot. Let's do it the right way around this time. Report spam bot. So there you are. In your mind will often only let you actually say you are on holiday once Monday hits. So you go Monday through Friday, and by Wednesday, well, half your week's gone, right? Well, it has, but you've also had 4.5 days. Come Friday, and your paid time off ceases, right? Because, normally at this time I'm here, so my working week would be done. Well, your brain's going, well, your time off's over now. But you've still got the weekend. Yeah, but your time off's over now. And it's a bit like if you've got something you're dreading at work, or something you're not enjoying at work, even as simple as that. Something that you have to do, whether it's, planning for your review, you're struggling with a particular task that you've got to do because it's being awkward, whatever, right? Sunday evening, about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, your brain kind of swallow dives into the pit of despair going, well, there's no point starting anything now. Oh, they've already killed Spambot. What on Twitch? You swallow dive into the pit of despair because, well, it's work tomorrow. Yeah, but you've still got an evening. Yeah, but it's work tomorrow. And I know I'm not alone in this. In the... Oh, the fuck? That's right. These threads were covering a line, and I saw the 3 there and was wondering how that ended up there. And hang on. Work from... That's right, they're doing a network change on some of the cluster servers, and I was like, but you've got multiple links between them. It's a cluster, surely if one farts briefly, the others will just do their job. Oh, no, it'll die. Really? It's going to fart for half of a millisecond, if that. Oh, no, it'll commit suicide. And they did show me on a test machine, but of course it was the only connection on that, and it was like, well... And you're like, yeah, that's a bit fucking sensitive, isn't it? And they've just realised, now they're about to do it, that maybe I was right. And you're like, yeah, but you didn't listen to me, like everybody else. I think part of my swallow dive into my own pits of despair this week. Now, I suffer from depression. I suffer clinical depression. It is not just, I have things to be sad about. I do suffer from clinical depression for no bloody good reason whatsoever. Where it is just that my brain is miserable as sin because it can, right? There is no more justification than because it can. But most of my depression has a cause. Now, is it an overreaction? Yeah, probably. It's a bit like PMS. It's an overreaction to emotions. It's not that the emotions are wrong to have, per se, but, it's the, wanting to go on a mass, killing spree because, they forgot to include the ketchup in your hamburger is a tad overreaction. You can be annoyed about it, but, the mass killing spree is probably a little bit much. And I take a lot of things personally. And I know I take them personally. And I know that I really probably shouldn't. But like we talked about yesterday on stream, was that because my parents were never proud of anything I did, I don't know how to handle praise. But I also feel very out there on my own. Because I do things that I'm proud of. And then when everyone else kind of goes, yeah, whatever, I get really disappointed because I thought I'd done something good and it still wasn't enough, right? And we've talked about this a little on the stream before, is nobody other than me can tell you how much effort was truly put into something. And it's very damaging, I think, for children to be told you didn't try. Because those words can truly hurt. For you will never know how much they tried. Now, you may have an exceptionally gifted child that you sit there and know that child could have done this in the blink of an eye if they're bothered. And that, yes, maybe you are confident that on this occasion they have not tried. But the truth of the matter is, what if they were up till 3 a.m. and just couldn't see it? And they've spent hours sobbing over it because they know that more is expected of them and they still can't do it. Now, I have a great example of this. I worked at a company, and although programming was technically not what I was employed for, it kind of was. And my boss had pulled me into an office and said, look, hey Liz, is there any chance you could write this? We've got a client who wants this feature and we haven't got it at the moment. Can you write it? I'll give you 6 weeks. Now, it was a real simple thing. It really was. Take the data that is already made in our core product and export it as a CSV with, or a limited number of file formats. And the limited number of file formats are predetermined by the language that we used. So, you had a number of options to export. Basically, just give them a choice and let them pick one, right? Yeah, okay. 5 weeks in, I literally had a blank file. I had not managed to I'd had to keep deleting what I'd done. Because the RDBMS that we used was a bit quirky. So let's say, like in the real world, you have areas, roads, houses. Okay? Now, your house is on a road. Your road is in an area. This is all logical. And in the database, this would be true. However, if your house has 2 exits, even though the official exit is on road A, it could be on road B too. And what this RDMS did was, if you said, let's say there are 10 houses in a square, and that all the corner plots, obviously arguably, can go out onto 2 roads, which would mean that there are 14 exits. So when you counted the number of houses, it would say 14. But there aren't 14 houses. There are 14 exits, but not 14 houses. But you said count houses, and it would go 14. So if you then counted the people in the houses, well, it would count all the corner plots twice. And let's say you had, for some mystery reason, let's say it was a house that was on a U shape, so it was at the top, and there were exits either side, so it had 3 exits. Well, now it's counting that house 3 times. And every time I did this, the numbers didn't match up. And, I would sit logically and I'd go, right, I am trying to count, because, by the way, we weren't counting roads, houses and areas, but we had things in areas, people who worked in the things in areas, and then, like, sub-things, right? And so count the number of things that so-and-so did, and you get in all the wrong numbers, and I just couldn't make the numbers add up. I could export the data, that was a piece of piss, that was one line, but I couldn't get the same data that was being produced by the other half. Now, I was not convinced that the other shit was right, but whatever it was, all I had to do was match it. And 5 weeks later, I had not succeeded. I'd come up with pretty much every number under the sun, but the one I wanted. And like 2 days before it was due, came in this morning, and I was literally sobbing at my desk. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm on my own, sobbing because I could not get this shit to add up. And my brain, as we know, is another person. My brain went, Liz, yes, brain, why don't you just copy the code out of the application? So I did. And within 15 minutes, I had a finished product. Now, it's not that I hadn't tried. I tried for 5 friggin' weeks. There had been blood, sweat and tears going in this. But it had been ineffective. And there's something wrong about that. Oh, shut up, dog! I don't care if the gardening man has come. I assume that's what all this is about. That the gardening man has come. I hear noises. Hang on. Oh yes, gardening man. See, I am a creature of predictions. But if someone had said to me, oh my God, Liz, this was so simple, I would have completely disagreed with you, and ready to go to fight to war over it because I'd put blood and sweat and tears into it. And yet, from a teacher perspective, for example, well, you failed to do the task. The task, if I hadn't had this revelation, I'd have got to the end of the 6th week and had to say to my boss, I'm sorry, I've got literally jack shit for you. Now, it begs the question as to why I had jack shit for him, but I didn't tell him a bit earlier, because my brain was going, but it can't be this hard the whole time. But I spent 5 weeks, blood, sweat and tears, trying to make this work, and it didn't want none of it. So, did I not try? Well, no, I tried really hard. So people can't just turn around and say, you didn't try. They can turn around and say, your effort was ineffective. Now, obviously, to a small child, that's not going to make a lot of difference. But the question is if you expected far better of them, surely the right thing to do is to ask them why they struggled. To find out what it was that caused them to not produce what you expected if you think you know them so well, right? That looks better. Because, well, maybe there's a good reason. Such as, I'd tried every way under the sun, and every time I asked it a question, I got a completely different answer, and none of them were the number that matched up with the first thing. And if, for example, I hadn't succeeded, if my boss had said to me, well, did you consider doing this? Maybe my answer would have been, no. Sorry, he's mowing the neighbour's lawn, but he parks on my garden and it winds the dogs up. It's really annoying. And I have asked him not to. But you see, so from a child perspective, there you were. You did, I wasn't a child, I was 20, but, irrelevant of that, in your head, you tried. You were up late, you spent hours thinking about it, you tried, like 40 different ways of doing things. You scrapped it and started again because you thought you must have, it must be your fault, all of those kind of moments, right? You did what should be all the right things, and it still didn't work out. And so, if someone then turned around and said, well, you didn't try, you'd be ready to swing for it, right? Don't you dare tell me I didn't try. When I was up all night, I, literally haven't eaten for a week, and, can we not be telling people that they didn't try? You can say, you can ask them, well, what seemed to be the problem, and then if you are all knowing and you knew the answer, well, first of all, do it yourself next time. Secondly, then it is the opportunity to say, well, had you considered this? You went down a path, explain to me how you came to this conclusion. Yeah, right, okay. Well, so had you considered at this point that this might happen? Because they might go, well, no, actually. And that might be the answer. Now, admittedly, you should never wait till the last minute to be pointing out that you're going to fail to meet a target. But I also knew that all I was missing was this one line of code, in effect. The bit that made it add up to the right number. And so all I was missing was one line. And once I had that line, I was done. But finding that line was proving really, really hard. And because I was trying to reinvent the wheel, and I didn't need to. And that lay my problem is that I never thought to reuse somebody else's code. Which is stupid when you think about it. We do it all the time in programming. There are libraries you call that handle file operations usually and all this kind of stuff. You don't have to write it from hand yourself every time. You just go add standard IO or whatever it is if you see, and off you go. Now you've got file commands. Well, why would you not use someone else's code when you know that you're trying to replicate what they've done? You just need to save it into a format instead of printing it, for example. Why not? And so I was really stupid, but at the same time, it was not that I had not put in effort. So I've always been very defensive of the you didn't try, because only I can tell you how hard I tried. I may have tried in all the wrong, if you needed to move, a few tons of dirt from one end of a field to another, if you use a teaspoon, it's going to take you a long time. And it's not going to be very effective. And you will have put a lot of effort in, because that's a heck of a lot of trips, and you won't have done very much. And so to the wrong person, well, how much of that have you done? How long is it going to take you? Oh, it's going to take me 7 years. What do you mean it's going to take you 7 years? Well, I'm managing to move about, 100 weight of mud a day. What do you mean 100 weight of mud a day? It should take you, 15 seconds to do that. Why? Well, there's a big digger over there. It's one of those big JCB things with a scoop, right? Sometimes you have to stop and think about the problem and then work on it. And, I've fallen into the trap of looking at what someone was doing and going, my God, what the fuck are you doing? A company I worked at, we had a girl, and I was on partial working days because it was not long after I had leukemia, and she'd been given a list by HR and she had to make a mailing list so that they could mail out a company announcement, but it couldn't go to certain people. So there was a list of people who were in and a list of people who were out, for example. In a lot of companies that would be because they were contractors, for example. And there was a party on the Saturday night, and she had a real troubled face. It's like, what the fuck's up with you? Oh, I've got this work to do, and I had, I spent Friday afternoon doing it, and I spent this morning doing it, and I've done like 30 people. What do you mean you've done 30 people? Well, I've got to take this list out of Excel and put it into the mailing list, right? And so I'm going to have to go, once this party's over, I'm going to have to go in because I've only done 30 and there's like 1,000 of them. And I'm like, well, you're not going to finish, are you? And I said, but I can tell you now there's a better way of doing that. Oh, no, I've got to do it this way. And I said, why? And she goes, well, it's the only way to do it. And I went, no, it's not. So I said, right, I promise you I will do it Monday morning with you. And we will do it in about 10 minutes. Oh, no, there's no way that's going to happen. Yeah, there is. So Monday morning came, and she hadn't done it, as I told her. She was very good about that. But, of course, I was also telling her not to work unpaid hours, so, she was kind of up for that. But she really didn't believe I could do it. Now, we were presented a list of first names and surnames. So, for example, Elizabeth Kimber. In 2 columns, Elizabeth. Well, I think it was Kimber, Elizabeth. And obviously in our phone book, I was Liz Kimber. Now, this obviously is a good example. So obviously, the names didn't entirely match. But, concatenate first name space surname, comma, right? Highlight this new line, copy, data, paste. So Elizabeth Kimber, comma, whatever, right? Off down the list. And then for everyone it didn't recognise, you go, right, Bob, well, he could be Robert. He could be Rob. You try all the obvious ones. And when you've run out an ID, you put it aside and go, right, well, we'll mark that dude as, couldn't find him. Because we had a number of people who... due to their nationality, stroke religion, stroke whatever it was that caused this, instead of being like Liz Kimber, they would have just called themselves Kimber. Now, this is common in a boys' school, or was back in the day, but as a general rule, that it meant that their email address was actually surname, comma, first name. Sorry, surname, first name, not first name, surname. So it was round the wrong way. Well, you're not going to know that, necessarily. And so once HR had said that, we dug a bit further, we ruled a few more out, and there were still a few that we still couldn't find. But... And then HR went, oh, actually, we need to revise that list. Oh, for fuck's sake. But we could recreate it in minutes. And this girl was, well, how was I supposed... I wouldn't have known to do that. And I said, but this is why sometimes you don't take a task at face value. Like I said, if you had to move a mound of mud and you're currently holding a teaspoon, this does not mean you have to use that teaspoon. You are allowed to look around and see if there's a better tool. And you were presented an Excel spreadsheet with names in. Well, you could have concatenated the names. And then you just need, I think it's semicolon, not comma, but, you can put all of those in. Then you can just paste the whole lot. And in a perfect world, that's it, done. And she went, well, I wouldn't have thought of that. And I went, but that's okay. But now you know it's an option. For next time, you know that there may be an easier way to do it. But so many people don't. They just stop and say, boss has told me to enter all these. She was manually typing them all in. And some of the names that people we worked for were, keyboard sneezes and therefore very prone to typos. But it was very much the shut up dog. Again, it's not that she hadn't tried, and I was very careful not to say to her, well, it's not that you're wasting your time, because you will get there eventually, of course you will. But that there is a better way to do this. There is another way that makes a lot more sense and that you can use for future things. And we will do this, and I will show you, not just dismiss all the work that you've done, but, I will show you a way to do it. No, I haven't twisted them, have I? Arse. Mrs. Barky dog's off, for fuck's sake. I hate that dog. As you know, I am an avid dog lover. I love nearly every dog in the universe. But Mrs. fucking Yappy dog is just one dog that Well, I say it's one dog, it's not just one dog. That's the problem. She's got a number. And they are protective of her property, fine. But her property is on a footpath that many people use. Do they have right to the footpath? Well, they have as much right as she does. So, it is not a public footpath, in that it is not a right-of-way by law, but it is one that the landowner has given everyone around here permission to use. So every time someone walks past her house, these dogs set off. And more to the point, she is not there to silence them. That you will not hear her shout, shut up, like the rest of us would, right? You will not hear from her at all. Because she's not there. She's out. She's at work, most likely. But she's got like a doggy door. So these dogs run out, bark at everybody for like hours. And I do mean sometimes it is like 8-9 hours. And as you can imagine, 8-9 hours of whiff, 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 whiff. It's like a squeaky toy. It becomes trying of the soul. And I know my neighbour gets it worse than I do, because they're nearer. So, although I can hear her, it is a distant noise. It is still not one I relish in listening to. For I moved here not to listen to other people's shit. Now, it's kind of funny because both me and my neighbour are hugely apologetic if we have someone around, such as the gardener, who's going to make a load of noise. We send these huge apologetic, messages to each other, and always get back there. Of course, it's all right. Of course, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Because, well, they apologised, right? No, I'm really sorry. We got someone coming to work on, the guttering, or chop down a tree, rebuild the fence, whatever it is, right? And without a heartbeat missed, no worries, sorry, it'll be fine. And 9 times out of 10, you don't really hear that much. But what bugs us both is the no comment, Mrs. lives out back, doesn't speak to anybody. Now, she's technically not in our road, but she knows that her house is very much within earshot for the pair of us. And pretty much only the pair of us. But she never once apologises for anything. And I did very much once let her know my thoughts on the matter. I think she got the hint. She almost certainly doesn't know exactly who said it, but she'd been out like for 30 minutes going, Bailey, 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 and Bailey clearly was not fucking coming. Now Bailey, as it turns out, shut up dog, is a... Amy, shut up. I don't need you joining in the annoyances. Hang on. Shut up. Can you not? And it doesn't help with her doing that either, because that is a really irritating noise for me. I love her dearly, but it is an exceptionally irritating noise for me. And this whole Bailey thing, she'd been out there for hours screaming Bailey, right? Well, it felt like hours. And she was standing at her garden gate, just going, Bailey, Bailey. And she didn't move. She didn't try and go and get it. She just stood there going, Bailey, Bailey. Literally that frequently, right? And the dog was having a sniff about. It was, it was kind of, you can almost see it. Occasionally it would kind of casually look up and kind of go, she's still making that godforsaken noise, and go back to what it was doing. So I screamed at her, well, it's not going to fucking come. I suggest you go and get it. And she was really upset. And it's like, well, the fact that I've managed to have time to stop what I'm doing, come out, watch the proceedings, and then tell you, says you should have done that about 20 minutes ago. Now, me and my neighbour both have dogs, and occasionally I've heard their dog, occasionally they will have heard my dog. But what you also hear very quickly afterwards is shut up. Bark, bark, shut up, that's enough, you've told it now, You've voiced your opinion, that's it, go inside, And we do, we're both very much like that. If nothing else, because we do not want to be her. We do not want to be Mrs. Lives out back with her fucking yappy dogs, right? Because those dogs, I think she's got 3 dogs, but she's clearly got a mix mash, which that I'm all for that, But you need. The problem is, as I said, is that she's got some form of dog flap, so that they can go out when she's not there. And it means that no one's keeping an eye on what they're doing when she's not there. And, well, they are a nuisance. I mean, we all know, as dog owners, I'm very aware that dogs will bark at shit. Of course they will. That's what dogs do. Dogs are put on this planet to bark at shit. But at the same time, it doesn't mean I want to listen to it for 8 hours, I have, on far too many occasions, considered going around there, grabbing her dogs, sticking them in my garage, and leaving a note, when you've learnt to stop them barking when you're not here to control them, or you let them out. Because if they were in her house barking, we wouldn't hear her. We wouldn't hear them. But they're out in her garden, barking at the world, right? So that on a nice day, when the doors are open or the windows are open, it is very audible. And it is the almost, when you've learned not to let your dogs out, and just bark at the world for hours, come and get them. Until then, or I can give them to the animal control people, Because it's not that I would want to do that to the dogs, because it's not really the dog's fault. But at the same time, I don't want to hear barking for 8 hours, you know? First time I heard it, I really thought something was wrong. And my neighbour went, no, it's like that all the time. And I went, what? But I know my neighbour would happily, let's say, call to arms for it. Because we've joked. It is a joke. But it's the kind of, you know, one more bark and, you know, if only I had a rifle kind of deal. And apparently we're both really good shots. So, you know, it would be an interesting moment. Because we're both very capable. We'd go for her, obviously, not the dogs. Ouch, got earache. I get this randomly where bits of my ear suddenly really hurt for no apparent reason. And it's like someone's got a voodoo doll and they just stuck me with a pin. Oh, for goodness sake, please, animals. The whole twitchy dog thing needs to stop. I do imagine the garden dude will knock on my door after he's done. Because he does love to whine about this particular neighbour that he's working on. I've only got 2 neighbours, by the way. So I've got the nice neighbours who live next door, and then... Not that this guy's not nice. He's a nice enough dude, he really is. But he's got like OCD of grass, and so... He makes this poor garden guy come every week to do the grass, even when there's, like, you know, nothing to mow. And when he's mowed it, it now looks dead because it's, you know, he's been told to do it on, like, the lowest settings. So there's, like, you know, 3mm of grass, and it looks like it's about to expire. I mean, he could do with coming round and doing mine. But I, A, don't want it on the lowest setting. B... it's not that bad. I mean, it would be nice, you know, if I was in the mood and I had my lawnmower and it wouldn't kill me, because for some reason mowing lawns really does me in. You know, I'd probably run over it on the highest setting just to give it a bit of a trim to keep it tidy. But, you know, it literally is. It would take a few millimetres off it just to stop some of the longer tufty bits looking like longer tufty bits. Now this guy is trying for like bowling green lawn, and well, he seems to kill more of his plants than he succeeds. So but the most annoying thing is that even though the neighbour he's working for today has room for about 7 cars on his driveway, it's mainly because he's got almost like another house plot where his garage is. The gardener dude still comes and parks on my driveway and annoys my dogs. And I have asked him not to, but it's just a force of habit that this guy's got into. Because when he works on the nice neighbours, there isn't anywhere for him to park, and I've said he could park on my driveway. He doesn't do that much for them because they've only got a little garden, so it's not really quite so bad. But this the house in question has a big garden at the back, and obviously on this like almost second plot where there's, I mean, it would be a really small house, don't get me wrong, but it's a double garage with kind of land round it on its own, and then like angled parking lines. There's like 3-4 parking lines. I'd have to count. I think it's 4. So there's 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, and kind of at least 1 or 2 at the far end. And of course, potentially the in the garage option, right? So he's going to have room to park, like, you know, a montage of vehicles. And I can tell you now, the only vehicle that's parked there is the one vehicle that has been there since the day I moved in, has never moved, and has got moss and shit growing out of it. So why didn't he park there? A, it's closer to the exit. B, it's that person's shit, so their garden and the land is far more accessible. And it's not like it's crowded over there. You know, if it was kind of full, that would be a different matter. But it's absolutely empty. And the fact that it winds up my dogs then winds me up because I've got to listen to them whining. And, well, he doesn't. And what also makes it harder is that this particular neighbour doesn't have the garden bin. So, gardening dude has to put all of the gardening waste in his car. So there's frequent trips to the car with the opening and the shutting of the boot and the slamming and, you know, which winds her up even more. Wouldn't be so bad, but this particular neighbour has only got this gardener because I got this gardener. And he's really cheap. Because they used to have a gardener who was this poor woman who made me look healthier than the butcher's dog. She really did look to have some serious problems. And she'd do the gardening and it looked like it nearly killed her every single time. And she obviously eventually packed it in for her health. And he needed to find someone else, so he asked my gardener dude. Now, he's not literally my gardener, you know. He's not full-time employed by me or anything. Dear God, no. But, you know, it's... I founded him, and they've all jumped on the bandwagon, which is a good thing, because, you know, makes his life easy. But of course, this dude wants his garden done this time every week. Basically, whether there's anything to be done or not, the guy's got to go through the motions of cutting the lawn every week, and it just... Whereas it's kind of like, yeah, dude, can you come, like, mow Chernobyl? Because my grass seems to grow when nobody else's is. As does this dude's, to be honest, but not quite as bad as mine. I see a loopy floppy bit just there. I don't know what that's all about. Something weird just there. And now there's a dog in my armpit. Hello. Oh, I have 2 dogs. No, that's not a paw rest. What have I told you about using those as a paw rest? Lie down. Well, now I've got no free hands. No. No, I don't. I have 2 puppy dogs under my armpits. What's the matter? You had food. You did. You did have food. Because I fed you. And I gave you some sprinkling of ham nuggety, choppity up bits. Yes. Now, they were my food. They were. So you had your own food. And a decent dose of it. And you had my food. And it's Friday, so there should be dog nuggets later. As for you, Mr. Paws, who licked the bed last night, I really hope that that was you licking the bed and that you didn't piddle on the bed. No. But there was definitely a wet patch. Yes. Yes. I'm pretty confident you licked it. Yes. I am. Yes, I am. I am. She's off on one. Amy, just sit still, little one. Everyone's getting a huggies. Everyone's getting talked to. Everyone's getting loved. Because you are loved. Everybody loves you. Yes, you. Everybody loves you. For you are cute. You are best cute when you're asleep. Yes. You are best cute when you're asleep. Because you do the little tongue thing sometimes. And then you have little puppy mess. And then you, Mr. Paws, had a great dream yesterday, didn't you? Where you were wagging your tail so hard. You did. You woke yourself up by wagging your tail. Yes, you did. You did. It was a good dream, wasn't it? It was. You are good puppies. You are good puppies. However, my darling little fluffs, for I love you with all my soul, but, no, I don't. Do my thing. Oh, well done, Amy. Did that hurt? That bang, by the way, was her head on the board underneath the pillow. Did that hurt? I think the answer's no to that, seeing as you have no idea what I'm talking about. Hey, Rory, Rory. You're beautiful and you give beautiful doggy hugs. You do. You do give beautiful doggy hugs. And Amy's getting better, for she has learnt to lie down and get doggy hugs too. Yes, she has. Yes, she has. She has. So I don't like to end them too soon, so that you are rewarded for your best behaviour. Yeah. Did you just try not to puke on me then? Well done. I appreciate that. I heard that one coming from like your butthole. That one had liquid behind it, didn't it? Yes, it did. Don't lick her ears. You can lick her head. Don't suckle on her ears, though. You make her ears sore. No, 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 no suckling the ears. Yes, you show her you love her, really. Yes. Yes, you do. Because you're a good boy. Yes, you are. How's your eye doing? Yeah, it's all good. Right, that's enough hugs. You find a spot, but not in my armpit, preferably. Rory, your head's in the way and you're moving things. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need one more row, which is you. How convenient. But now there's a 20-kilo dog in the way. Getting a bit thin over there. Getting a bit thin that side. But that's alright, we'll hit that side in a minute. Hello! Welcome back. Join in the middle of that. Like that. There we go. Right. That puts 7 of you together. So that's stick under you. Make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You go for that. Sorry, hit the microphone. Now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's good. That one adds up. The way it should. Puts you over that. Now, you temporarily go over here like that. And you come down and you come down. And we work on you for a bit. And you all need to be made longer. just translate that one. Hang on. Not that I speak Danish, so for I most certainly do not, and I would not like to pronounce any of that. But I kind of guessed from your name that you probably did do lace. So I hope you understand the words that I say. I am definitely not multilingual, sadly. You made your own. You made your own bobbins. Was that? That's cool. Or you made your own sticky sticks. Knowing that auto translators are not good for some things. I'm gonna guess that's bobbins. Oh, that was really good of it. Hang on. That's okay. You don't have to be good at English. Lace is universal. As long as you can understand enough of what I say that it makes some level of sense to you, that's all I can hope for. I am, after all, British, and I use British colloquialisms. And they probably only make sense to me, so that, and other Brits, so that's fine. Worry not, worry not. I know what one of those words means. It's the other one. Hang on. Struggling to highlight the text that I want. There we go. Yes, I guessed you're Danish. Just because, well, you seem to be speaking Danish, so that was my first guess. But it's as I say, lace making as a whole is a universal language, much like art and maths. Cross and twist, across and twist. What you call it doesn't matter. It's just a word. That's a really good question. So, I did some lace making when I was really young. I did like half an hour when visiting my grandmother one day because my cousin brought some with her and refused to do it, and her mother was most insistent. And I kind of went, "Hey, that looks interesting. Can I try?" And it was very much a children's book on how to do lace making. And I finished off the bit that my cousin was currently making, and I really enjoyed it. I'm not going to pretend that that's not a thing. That was not what I wanted to do. So I then, when I got home to my parents, my mother arranged for a local lady to give me a couple of lessons, and it literally was a couple of lessons. She told my mother how to make a lace pillow for me. She told my mother where to get something that would do as bobbins, and she showed me how to do 3 stitches, and I literally made like a 2 centimetre strip of these 3 stitches. So I did whole stitch, half stitch, and cloth stitch. That was it. We didn't finish them. I would get like this far down, so I'd do like this much, which would take me a small eternity, as children inevitably do. And that would be it. That would be it. She'd then cut it off, and we'd start the strip again with a different stitch. So I did 3 weeks of that, and that was it. I didn't give up, but my teacher didn't give me anything new. I didn't have any patterns. I didn't really know that you could combine them. I'd never really seen lace where you combine only the strips, and it was kind of, that was a bit pointless, isn't it? And so really, I wanted to make a lace handkerchief even as a child, but the speed of the strips were going was very slow, and I didn't know how, and no one was going to tell me, and it kind of petered into the background. Until September last year, where I woke up and my brain went, "Liz," yes, brain, "I want to make a net curtain." Okay. "I want to do lace again," said brain. "Okay, brain, I guess we could do that." So, round about September last year, my brain reawoke, and it remembered all the stuff that I'd done as a child, because it wasn't hard. And, well, I kind of... So, realistically, the honest answer is... since September last year. But, I have been making a net curtain. I have done... 5 squares out of 18. No, 7 squares. 7 squares out of 18 of my net curtain. And just so you, for a reminder, this is what my squares look like. Hang on. So this is what my squares look like. And this is what I've been making. I've made 7 of those, and I'm going to join them together. But since then, my brain cells have decided that they want to try and do not a one piece, because that'll be too many bobbins, but in effect a one piece curtain, one that doesn't look like squares joined together. And so that is what I'm working on right now, is that I am making some strips. These strips I will then try different ways of joining them together to see if I can make a mostly invisible join. I'm not expecting perfection, but I am hoping that the resultant strips will be reasonably joined together, that won't scream, you know, a bad effort, that they will look reasonable, and that the join will be an acceptable one. So this is why I'm making it. This is strip number 2. And the join that I expected to be the best was frankly quite awful, so we've already abandoned that one. We're moving. This is now on plan B, where I hand join them together after the fact. And again, I'm not expecting it to be glorious, but the traditional lace joining method was not looking promising for this. Gave it too much of a flat line, to be honest. Put you out the way for a minute. So how long have you been making lace then, Bobbin Artist? doesn't feel right. It's because it's not. Because I'm stupid. It should have been you going across. Now it's your turn. Scrunch you up like that. Find a pin. Stick it in. Tensiony, tensiony. And somehow that's still wrong. And I see why it's wrong, so we will undo this bit. And then this bit. Oops. And then you. We will look and see what the hell is up with you, because it's your fault. Or do I need another pair? I need another pair. So I need you to come back through the ranks. And we need to finish you off. And then you go 1, 2, 3, and then you go back through to the other side. And then you can cross, come down here like this. I don't know where you went. I just pinged that pin into outer space. It landed somewhere way over there. Which is fortunately not somewhere the dogs are likely to be trampling, so. That's better. brush down some of these edge pins. Let's scoot you a bit more that way, so I can bring you around a little bit. Add a few more pins, because not that it's looking hugely scarce on pins, but safety in numbers and all that. Logic dictates that you should add pins for every time you do an edge, but you never seem to get around to it. Yes, I heard a movement in the universe. Dear goodness. There was everyone all nicely kind of still and calm and quiet, and Rory was snoring, and then there was the quietest knock that could have been, 5 streets over, frankly, and now everyone's all alert and the burglars are coming. No, they're not. No, they're not. Sorted for a minute. You three need 3 of you. 1, 2, 3. Now, this doesn't look right. 1, 2. It is. It just. I've not done a lot of spinning cotton and flax and stuff. Mainly because, it's cheaper to buy it, frankly. Although, saying that, this is distinctly becoming not true. One of my favourite suppliers here in the UK of many things. Fair enough. It's not common to use a dish stuffed with wool, to be honest. But one of the things that I have discovered is that, let's just say, I have taken an affiliation, not properly legit, not commercially, but I find myself strongly supporting a particular bunch of lads in Wales, and to the point, I helped them win a contract, I helped them with some sales, and I dearly love them with all my heart. I have bought very little directly personally from them, but they are my first choice and the first place I go look. And because of a recent thing, so Louette have done a deal with Ven Cotton, so whoever are vendors of Louette can now sell Ven Cotton through Louette kind of thing, right? I was really pleased because this meant that there'd be more than one supplier for Ven, or sorry, more than one major supplier. There are some really small people who do it, but my experience of the small people who do it is A, their prices suck, because obviously they do it in small quantities, but also they almost seem reluctant to actually bother, is the right words, is that, you phone, you write a thing in saying, hey, can I have 10 of these? And they kind of go, oh, do you really need 10? We don't have 10. Well, I can wait. And it's obviously, well, we don't want to order them for you. Can you not? And you just get the impression that it's a bother, right? But these lads, if you buy a loom through these lads, so I'm going to say I am definitely a supporter of wonky weavers, and the lads who run the shop weave. They are not there just to sell you crap, unlike some of the other suppliers in the country. Now, one of the other suppliers in the country who is very defensive about themselves, excessively so. So when I posted a thing saying, oh great, that'll mean Ven Cotton's far more available. Why? We sell it. Yeah, but when I asked you to get the big reels, you refused. When I wanted to buy the 1 kilo reels that I know they make, you didn't want in, right? You were not prepared to even contemplate that. You don't hold all the colours, you're usually out of stock. This is the same company who I bought something from and a year later still had not supplied it because you were having problems getting it. But it took you a year to get round to saying, well, do you want a refund or do you want to wait? And I said wait, and within a week you'd managed to send it. So I made the right call, but you should have been a lot more apologetic about that. So I have reluctancies against this particular other supplier. And the moment I said this Ven thing, they were very much we stock it all. Yeah, but you're an arsehole. I don't want to, if there were nicer people to deal with, I'd kind of up for that. And as I said, I helped I helped Wonky Weaver when I bought my Glamacra draw loom. I had to do an awful lot of the footwork to the point that this particular supplier that are defensive about themselves, they didn't even know that the loom I wanted was available. They knew you could get draw looms, but they didn't know you couldn't do this with it. If you have that, you've got to have this kind, you've got to have that. And well, Wonky Weaver are now a Glamacra reseller, right? So you can buy Reed, Swifts, various Glamacra products. And if they don't have it, if you drop them a note, I'm sure they will happily add it to the next order, right? They're really nice guys. They're really helpful. But if you buy a loom through them, they will build it for you. They don't charge you for that. They will build it for you. These people weave, unlike the other lot who do not understand the terminology and are purely sellers of shit. So they are cheaper. This other company are cheaper. But if you've got a problem with it, if you've got a question, if they don't know because they don't use it, then, it'd be like going to a yarn store, but none of them actually do any yarn-related hobbies, right? They have yarn, they can tell you what it says on the tin. They can't tell you how it wears. They can't tell you what it's like to work with because they just don't use it. Well, and this is kind of where I'm at with Wonky Weavers. I have bought not a lot through them, but that which I did buy through them came very well. It was timely, they got my shit, right? But they are very helpful, they're very nice people, they're lovely lads, right? And as I said, they actually weave, they use their products, right? So they were originally primarily an AVL Luette kind of lot, and they've added Glamacra to it. And obviously they've now got a big pile of Ven cotton, and I was looking at the prices. And now I make bigger tea towels than most, so as you may have noticed from the tea towel that you can't see quite now, but this was originally going to be a tea towel. My tea towels are huge. I mean, if I move this, most commercial tea towels are this kind of size, right? That's a commercial tea towel. My tea towels are like twice the size. So, I mean, if I fold this in half, because there's a table under here, look, right? If I fold this in half, this is still bigger than a commercial tea towel, right? It's close to the same size. So my tea towels are twice as big. Now, this is too thick for a tea towel. We will not revisit my disastrous on that. But what it does mean is... Oh, there's that pin I was looking for. But what it does mean is that you can hold one end with it and still wipe with the other and not have it fit around a large plate. Or you can hold the wet item with the tea towel and wipe it when it's, say, a baking tray, right? It is a worthy... And so people like my tea towels. So it made me laugh when the 250 gram 8-2 cotton, it's big enough for 3 tea towels. Well, not mine it ain't, but, in principle, I'm with you, yes, technically. Now, I said this when I made these. These are made with 8-4 cotton, by the way. I love my 8-4 cotton. It makes them thick. It makes them absorb so much water you wouldn't believe. So you don't get to the, through wiping up, meal for one and your tea towel sopping wet. These will do that in a heartbeat. So everyone loves my tea towels. But, I worked out that the average price for my tea towel was something like, in parts only, so just in cotton, was something like £7.50. But you can buy like 10 commercial tea towels for £7.50 off Amazon, right? 3 tea towels out of 8-4 cotton. The cotton alone, bear in mind, that's my tea towels. So my tea towels are twice the size, so I'd only get 1.5 tea towels out of it. The price for 250 grams of cotton, bear in mind, the 8-4 cotton I get is, even now, only 20, well, out of sale, bear in mind it's currently on sale, so I could get it for 14 quid, but out of sale is £20 for 500 grams, okay? Now it's thicker and all the rest of it, but, so if I made this out of 8-2, of 8-2 or 16-2 or whatever, but I made the same number of threads, then this would end up the same size as a commercial tea towel, right? So, well, it is. However, 250 grams, so half the amount of the thinner cotton, £22.50. Now that is stated to make 3 commercial tea towels. Well, so that's 1.5 of mine. You're talking kind of £14 a tea towel out of this thinner cotton. Whereas the 500 gram will make, give or take, 3 of my tea towels. Maybe a bit more. I'm a bit dubious on that. Depends what I'm doing with them. It didn't make 3 of these, but then, as I said, these are too heavy, so too thick. But, well, so we'll say they're kind of comparable. The 500 grams of this stuff versus the 250 grams of the thinner stuff. But mine's £14. This is £22.50. And of course, like this, well, you need 2 colours. So even if you're only going to make, you know, a handful of tea towels, you still need twice as many because, well, it's 2 colours. Cost is getting up there. And I made some, try not to laugh, I think they were 28 by 28 inch tea towels. It's frankly a tablecloth, but they were square. And they were done in summer and winter, so they had a lot more. So you had thinner cotton, fat cotton, you know, patterns, the whole shebang. Even those worked out with the cheap stuff to be like 11 something a tea towel. Oh, with these prices, they'd end up near £20 a tea towel. Most people do not want to spend 20 odd quid for a tea towel. Now, these should last. These really should last. I mean, they're proper cotton. They should last. They really should. But when you can buy... Now, the problem I have with the commercial thin shit you buy off Amazon, stroke everywhere else, is that it's a bit like wiping it with your shirt. It just seems to smear the water around. It doesn't actually absorb it. These things absorb water. When my kitchen pipe sprang a leak, I ran and got a bunch of my tea towels. And they sopped it all up. And even the plumber went, holy hell, they hold a lot of water. And I went, yeah, they do. These things will hold like your body weight in water. These things are phenomenal. I also made one with cotton chenille. Holy shit, you need to try that. If you ever weave, get yourself some 8/4 cotton, buy yourself some cotton chenille, and weave the biggest thing you can as a towel. Now, don't do it as in plain weave, because that's just boring. But I did like twill squares, so you had AB pattern, so you had kind of like pattern square, cotton chenille, basically fluffy shit. It's a bit like a pipe cleaner in that it's got fluffy bit with a cotton core in the middle, right? I won't go and get it because it looks like I've wiped my butt with it and washed me work boots or something with it because it's had a day. But I have... Now, they have to be the right stuff. You can't just use normal stuff, otherwise it won't absorb anything. But I got cotton chenille, and I've got a few of it, and I'm thinking that I could possibly get to some. It'll be a bit of a palaver, but I've got some. I bought a few colours. Now, I originally bought white and a white cotton, and well, I had a white cotton warp, and I thought it was white. It's slightly off-white, but I do have a picture somewhere. Hang on. Let me quickly look, see if I can see it on my Instagram page. Hang on. Because if it's on my Instagram page, it would be easier to show you. Hang on. It's going to be a while ago, so gotta let Instagram do its whole kind of... Well, you see, this is kind of where I'm at, so if I can find the thing that I made with it. We're still in end of last year territory, so... hang on. Oh, yawns again. Sorry, I forgot the yawns. Right, that's the soup making. There's the inkle weaving collection. I did it before I did those. I did it on... In fact, I did it before I made that, so it's gonna be around about... Oh, there's me doing that. I haven't forgotten about that, actually. I just haven't finished it. It's round about here somewhere. There it is. Right. It's not gonna be the bestest picture, but I'm just checking that that shows up on your screen. Yeah, it does. As you can see, I ended up with fluffy squares and not fluffy squares. Now, you have to be careful because obviously the fluffiness would hide a lot of patterns. But I can tell you that chenille shrinks. Irrelevant of what the core is, chenille shrinks. So when you wash it, this thing shrivels down to like a handkerchief. So you have to give it a bit of a stretch. But because of the chenille in it, this thing makes the most beautiful towel to wipe your face with. This is as soft as a baby's bottom. Hence, I bought more chenille to make more towels because, well, realistically, what is the difference between a towel and a tea towel? The answer is, well, technically nothing. But we like soft towels. And instead of no, is the short answer. Through some spectacular miracle, as you can see, the cream is, well, slightly cream. It's slightly off-white, so it does make it look a little bit rough. Hence, I bought some proper coloured ones just to settle the argument, kind of deal. But the chenille doesn't shed. It's not like mohair or anything like that. This stuff stays. Now, I don't know what the hell they do with it. But it is a glorious thing. And you can see the pattern at the bottom. It's the same the whole way up. I just use chenille instead of plain cotton, right? And it was an experiment. I didn't know quite how it would turn out, but it was one of my best experiments that I'd done in a while. And those little squares do work out really well. You could do something a little bit more exciting to make it, you know, more swirly or more, so, you know, obviously you'd have to, you know, maybe do it a bit by hand, but you could do something so that it's not squares, it's not, you know, you could do a bit more. It would probably work really well as a summer and winter and do, you know, a thin warp and weft and then have the chenille as the, you know, main colour, for want of a better word. That would probably work really, really well. Because then you'd have a bit more warp and weft to help it keep its size. But you'd still get the fluff, because the fluff, you know, does spread it out a bit, quite a bit. Because you can see from, if you look at the squares nearer the bottom of the picture, you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8. Actually, there's more than 8. Hang on. 8 to there. There's 12 rows or whatever, I think. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's possibly even 14 rows in the base square nearer the bottom. I can't be asked to count them properly. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, there's 14, right? But if you look at the bobbles in the chenille portion, there's a lot less. So in the bottom there's 4 repeats. In the top part there's only 3. So to keep the square square kind of thing, right? So if you had a summer and winter, you could do this, and with a very thin, almost bobbin lace thin layer of weft in between to help keep it straight and simple, you could really make beautiful patterns out of this, especially with a draw loom, because draw looms are the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And I just find myself looking at that going, this is exactly what I want in my life, So with summer and winter, you could make no end of patterns, especially with a unit pull. Holy crap. You could make almost like leopard spots or something, right? But I really, really like how it feels. Hence, I bought some more chenille to do more of it. Just because that is really quite cool. What I'd originally done was this for a co-worker. So I made him some stripy. Well, there's a better picture of it. I did some stripy ones for him and his wife, which he really, really liked. He thought they were, his wife was like, oh, you should do professionally. Let's not, right? But I really enjoyed that, and I love how they feel, and it's currently in my downstairs toilet. And as I said, it doesn't shed, it doesn't, but it does wash and shrink. You can kind of ball wash it because it's primarily cotton. So, it doesn't matter if you've kind of wiped your butt with it, really. You can just chuck it in the washing machine and so if the dog pukes on it, or, you wipe the dog's feet with it, it really doesn't matter. And that's one of the things I really like about cotton and the whole of my weaving exploits is that, and even the spinning exploits, to be honest, is that it's taught me that there are things you can do with these fibres that you never really thought you could. So, for example, we all know that when you wash a pure wool jumper, you wash it on a low temperature and preferably by hand, and then you lay it out flat. And so why, when you dye it, do you boil it? Boiling it does not felt it. What does felt it is if you boil it, scrub it, and then stick it in cold water as a rinse. Well, yeah, that'll felt it. But if you boil it to get out some grease and then let it cool down and, empty out the water and then put in some new water and wash it, and it's fine. So you can boil your woolen jumper if you've got a really bad stain on it. You just don't do it in your washing machine, admittedly, but you can put boiling water on your wool garment and it will not turn it into a postage stamp. That you can block it afterwards, so even if you do shrink it slightly, just stretch it back out while it's wet. It's what they did in the first place. There are it teaches you to be a little bit more relaxed with your items, even though you've put a heck of a lot of time and effort into it. Now, there will be some unfortunate casualties of war, because, well, that's a thing. And the casualties of war will be you discovering that, well, that was a stage too far. But you can be really quite horrible to an awful lot of these fibres. I mean, for those who spin will tell you that if you dye it, you when you wash the wool and then you let it dry, you whack it on a table. You whack the living shit out of it. You find a wall or a table, and you wash your wool, and then you whack the living crap out of it. against a wall or a table. Well, none of this hand, ooh, touchy, gently, strokey, strokey. No, you're giving it your full violence against, and not just once or twice. We are talking repeatedly to make sure. But think about the difference between thwacking yarn and then the final knitted product where, oh, we will raise you on a cushion and gently raise you and stroke you gently. No, there you are, beating the living crap out of your yarn by smacking it on a countertop wall or whatever. And the two just don't compute. And the answer is, of course, there are times and places for everything. But at the same time, you do not have to mollycoddle wool at certain times. There are times to mollycoddle your wool, such as do not plunge it from really hot to really cold. For that does tend to lead to the shrinking. But then try with your partner. You know, if you've got a male partner, try sticking him in on the hot tub and then chucking you in an ice and seeing for shrinkage then. When he talks like a soprano, you will know that there was shrinkage, right? It is, and wool does the same. Hello, it's an organic product. It does the same. And it is that kind of problem, right? It is we find ourselves, you know, we also are, you know, we fall for all the stories that people tell us. So people, you know, sort of like, you know, your mother when you were a kid, stop pulling faces or your face will stick that way when the wind changes. As a small child, you genuinely believe that. And as an adult, if someone says to you, you must wash your wool in really low temperatures and you must lay it out flat and you must, you know, treat it like, you know, the ruler of your country, right? Well, no, not necessarily. Look, Barky Dog's back off. It is. There are times and places, and you know, one of the things I would love to do is felting, funnily enough. But I've actually found that I seem to be incapable of felting things when I want to. My bigger problem is because felting generally shrinks the product. How big do you make it before you start? Because, you know, time and effort and all that, you know, I'm prepared to put some time and effort in, but at the same time, you know, I don't want to spend the next 6 years trying to make it fit, you know? I want a reasonable, you know, return for me effort here. And if it's going to take me, you know, 5 or 6 hours to make it even remotely felt, well, and that you know, that's kind of true with so much. Yeah, and I think, but you see, this is the thing. We're all a bit reluctant to make samples because, much as this is arguably a sample, we are reluctant to spend considerable good working hours making something just for a small trial to see how much it shrinks or how much it doesn't shrink or whether it shrinks at all or whether it will, you know, do I have the right gauge for what I'm making. We're all reluctant to do that because, well, it feels a waste of time. Because if it takes you, well, like this, I mean, I've been doing this a couple of days now and we're not even halfway. Whereas last week, I swear we were like down here last week. So, which reminds me, I was going to look up how long it took me. Hang on. So, YouTube videos, content. Let's see. View all. So, one. So I did. I'm going to round. So 4, 6, 9.5, 12.5, 14.5, 18. Okay, we took 21 hours last time to do a strip. Okay? So, I'm feeling slightly better already because we've only done 7 hours and we are nearly quarter of the way well, yeah, we're about just over a quarter of the way through, so well, we're not. It's been more than a quarter. It's a bit hard because it's in fifths, but we've done. We're nearly halfway. So to be honest, we're a lot further along. It's just that I did longer days. That's why it seems quicker. Because the first day I did 4 hours, then I did 2, then I did 3.5, and then I did 3, 2, 3.5, 3. You know, whereas this time I did 2.5, 2, 2.5. So, in that, with that in mind, then obviously, it's not too surprising. Hang on. But well, and that's the thing. There is also the what goes on around you, the interruptions. I mean, like for example, yesterday I did a brief stop and showed someone how to do kitchen and finished bind off for their knitting. So you know, it's you know. Plus, I had to then make a small amount of knitting to show the kitchen thing off in the first place. So you know, it wasn't a 2-second job. It was, you know, it wasn't long, but it was a detour, right? And that I know it was you. But that's the thing is that, you know, so yesterday, you know, you could easily argue that yesterday, well, wasn't 2.5 hours because, well, actually, you know, that's okay. But you see, this is what these streams should be. This is what so many of the, this is what the internet should be for, right? It is, when I was a really small child, I don't remember my mother doing a lot of it, but my mother once went to what was known as the knitting circle. Now, that was primarily because they were knitting, but they weren't all knitting. I'm sure they weren't all knitting. Some of them were sewing, some of them were probably crocheting, I didn't notice, but I was dragged along and made to knit, so I knit, right? But it was a bunch of old grannies, for want of a better word, because none of them were particularly young. But a bunch of people in a church hall, sitting around a cup of tea, doing some crafting. And to me, that's what these streams are. It is the kind of virtual equivalent of sitting around with a bunch of people, doing stuff, having a natter while you do it, drinking a drink. Speaking of which, I need some more drink. But, you know, sitting around, having a natter, discussing things, and then someone going, "Oh, I've got a problem with this," and someone going, "Oh, I know the answer to that," and having a bit of a discussion about it. And isn't that exactly what we should do with the internet? The internet surely should be that kind of activity where people are sharing solutions, discussing things, like-minded people can get together and have a chat and oh, I know how to, and, you know, or I'm really struggling with, and someone goes, "Well, I can show you how to do that, I can teach you that, I can," and you go off and, you know, half an hour later you've had basic instruction and you fiddle with it for the rest of the afternoon, right? Surely this is the kind of thing that the internet should be best used for, rather than, oh yeah, there is always going to be a hint of that, because, well, that's, you know, it's just rude. But in general terms, I wasn't actually thinking of her on this occasion. Surprisingly, although now you mention it, she's a good example. But it is, I was actually thinking about the people who are keyboard warriors and who will have a go at anyone for remotely suggesting that there are multiple ways of doing something, or that something is the only way and not that, their way is best. It's kind of like a religion. Too many people on the internet will get hell-bent and twisted I mentioned it yesterday with the Tunisian crochet people who got really brutally outraged because I pointed out it's just standard Tunisian. No, it's not. Fucking is. And, all of that kind of stuff. I'm sorry if you can't see it, but yeah, it is. And, I'm glad, I know that you think you've invented this, these people have invented something, but they're selling you something that has always been this way, and basically you're falling for it, right? And no one likes to think they've been had, but dudes, you've been had, right? And I woke up this morning, I touched on it right at the beginning of my stream. I woke up this morning to find out, well, actually, it was more, I woke up this afternoon, let's truly be honest. By the time I got downstairs, done a couple of dog things, it was afternoon. So, this afternoon, I looked at my computer, because I also didn't turn it off, and I looked at a forum thing that I'm in for a game that I truly love with all my heart. And there had been some drama. Now, I don't know, I have not in-depthly read the drama, but it has led to someone being removed from the game. And it was also unnecessary. It was someone who had been, I think, probably likely been wronged, trying to stand up for the fact that they'd been wronged, and people sided with the people doing the wrong. Now, I haven't entirely read the drama, and maybe, they are a bit of a victim, and in the, but mummy, Johnny hit me. Yeah, well, what did you say to Johnny first? What did you do to incite that out of Johnny? Because it's a bit like here in the UK, if a dog ever bites a person, it seems to make the press. And in part because in the UK, if your dog bites someone, it's pretty much unilaterally put down. Whether you started it and the dog was defending itself, the dog will pay the price, right? And I don't like that. And so again, slightly on my soapbox about it. So I'm a little sensitive to those kind of actions because the wrong person, if I go up and kind of like, poke a dog in the butt with a stick and, smack it about its face and really upset it, and then eventually it bites me, well, why should the dog be put down? I'm the one that was the problem. And we don't ever hear that side of the story. We don't hear what person A did to said dog first. Now, sure, there are a few rare occasions where person was minding their business, dog ran up and bit them. I have been randomly bitten by a dog. But the dog was so overwhelmed by everybody else, and I was nearest. So although I had not done anything, it was blatantly obvious that the dog was overloaded, and I just happened to pay the price. It was a small Jack Russell. Needless to say, not a lot of damage was caused, right? But obviously, the bigger the dog, a bite from a dog can really hurt. I've got the scars to prove it, after all. And I have not been deliberately bitten, other than I've been deliberately bitten twice by a dog. Out of kind of malice. I have been accidentally bitten a couple of times by a dog. Maybe a couple more, because, none of Rory's were deliberate. And Rory gets really upset when he thinks he's hurt me. But he's kind of in a bit of a blind head rash at the time. I get in the way, there'll be a bit of blood, or I'll go ow a lot, and then he'll want to go and hang himself in the cupboard, right? And so, I've had a few chunks taken out of me over my years. I've deserved some of them. Frankly, I really did deserve some of them. I poked my gran's dogs in the ribs, because that's what I used to do to my dog, and my dog used to know it was a game. Her dog didn't, and I poked her in the ribs, so she turned around and bit me. And my gran was like, oh my god, oh my god. I'm like, I deserved it. There are very few people in any of the news reports who will go, yeah, I deserved that. Well, if you were doing something, if you were trying to, attack its owner, if there was a hideous clip many years ago now of the American police, and this guy saw some kid being kicked by some police. Now, you didn't see what happened to start with, because obviously it was on like someone's doorbell kind of deal, right? They were across the road. So, the house was kind of here, the car was there, the police were kind of all the way down the road over here, right? So there was a road here and like a T shape. So his car was kind of here, had the dog in it, and he's walking across. You see him walk across the road. He then stops and asks if the officers is everything okay. And they kind of like, get back in your car, sir, it's nothing to do with you. And he's, and they start getting in his face. Well, his dog leaps out the car because people are having a go at his owner. They then shoot the dog. But they started that. And of course, they never managed to hit the dog first time. So it was quite graphic and horrible. But, what started that? Because in an awful lot of occasions, dogs give a warning. And they don't normally, I mean they can, but they don't normally just run up and bite people. Something happens first. But you never get to hear that side of it. All you get is, oh, there's been a dog bite, man's gone to hospital for checkups, dogs, police detaining dog, no, for all that means it'll be dead by the morning kind of thing, right? Man arrested for not keeping dog under control, kind of stuff going on. And obviously, flavour of the month are pit bulls. Everyone hates on pit bulls at the moment. And technically, and this was a question I asked my vet when I took Amy in the other day, was, does Amy count? Because technically, if my dogs count, I have to have registered them. I have to have them permanently muzzled in public. I can never let them off the lead. And I said, I think they're too short. Because when I measured them, you have to, the guidelines are, and bear in mind, of course, they're guidelines. The guidelines state that your dog has to be so big. And my two are not. Even Rory is not. Well, exactly, and this is the thing. But the truth of the matter is bully dogs, as a whole, are big babies. I mean, if you look at the XL Bully in America, those things are built like brick shithouses, right? If you look at Rory and Amy, they are the most limp, useless bags of fur you've ever met in your life. Now, Rory does get a little bit upset, and he has his PTSD, and he gets a little bit out of control. And usually he picks on his sister. I occasionally get in the way, but it is not deliberate. But in all of these cases where dog bites human, if it's not your dog, what were you doing to cause it? Because most times there will be a cause. And we don't get to hear that. And I always find that sad because, the dog gets put down and you never get to hear that actually he was kicking the dog and the dog bit him back. Or he was, he tried to take the bag off the owner, or he was trying to mug her, or it's always, oh, woe is the poor person who got bit. And on a human-to-human scale, there was something in the news a couple of years ago. Lad broke into a house of a pensioner, and the pensioner whacked him one, and it killed him. Now, in fairness, it's not too surprising that they then, because the person died, the police had to arrest the house owner to find out and investigate what actually happened. That seems quite reasonable. Don't think anyone's going to argue with that. And he had to go to court, so not his best moment. Bear in mind, he's an old dude. He had to go to court, and it was deemed that he had done nothing wrong. All he'd done, he had not used excessive force particularly. All he had done was whack him one, and he had a lucky shot. The funeral for the guy who had broken into this man's house, the family insisted that the funeral procession go past this OAP's house. The poor pensioner had to move house because of the threats that he was getting from friends and family of the wrongdoer. He had to move because his life was constantly being threatened because they'd killed their son, brother, whatever, right? He'd broken in his house. Now, it may be a very controversial thing to say, but if you break the law, why should the law then protect you from retribution from someone who was being, the person on the other end? So, for example, if someone was being raped and they were, and they did cause damage to their attacker, and they died permanently disfigured, disabled as a result, surely that was kind of justice. I'm not saying it's right to set about to permanently try and do it, but you are protecting yourself. And if you manage to cause, substantial blood loss, if you manage to... Well, yeah. It is one of the few things that I believe we as a country have got wrong. If you break into my garden and then you are trying to break into my house, you broke the law. The law should then cease to protect you because you broke the law. Now, I know 2 wrongs do not make a right. I am an adult and I am aware of this. But if I wish to use my deadly force as a black belt in karate to curtail your movements and what you do to my property, lucky me, I have those tools at my available. If I wish to use a metal baseball bat to protect myself, bearing in mind I live alone, with dogs admittedly, but I live alone, lucky me. I've got a metal, if I have a metal baseball bat and I swing it at you, lucky me. If I find the kitchen knife and I stab you with it, lucky me. Whatever you then do should not be protected by law. I mean, if I then drop boiling acid on you and tar and feather you and drop you in a pit of nails, might be seen slightly overkill, but personally, not so much. I am a bit of a believer in that, if you've broken the law, you should not be allowed to hide behind it. Should you have, for the sake of the argument, if I go into a shop and I nicked a load of stuff, slipped on the way out and hurt myself, I shouldn't really be allowed to sue them because my getaway was impaired and I slipped on a wet floor. Well, I'm saying that, eating them could be seen as slightly excessive, but at the same time, feeding them to the dogs, now, that's a whole new story. I'll back you on that one. I don't know. I do understand that, because in my ear I can hear my ex-husband, who is, in his own words, a screaming liberal, saying, well, but if they broke in his house, I can tell you now, this is the man who would fight to the death over his parking spot. So, I'm pretty sure if they got in his house, he would be more than keen on causing them harm. She's not that freaking screaming liberal. In principles, he is screaming liberal. But when he comes down to his... Like so many, it's the... Oh, well, you can't do that. Oh, no, you couldn't possibly... Oh, but oh, it's mine now? Yeah, you can't have mine. He is a bit of a NIMBY, I think. The not in my backyard kind of guy. And I don't blame him. I really don't. But at the same time, I as I say, if you've broken into my house and I whack you with a skillet as hard as I am physically able, if your brain and face are not able to withstand that, well, you shouldn't have broken in my house then, should you? Because if that's what I had to hand, that's what I had to hand. Now, I do own a skillet, and I would be more than happy to swing it should the need arise, right? So I feel very sorry for this poor pensioner dude who, was made to sell up his house of many years to move so that the burglar's family would leave him alone. Because he killed, not deliberately, he didn't intend, it's not like he put a shotgun to his face and, gave him an ultimatum and then, kind of went for it unfairly. The guy said, okay, I give in, and then shot him kind of deal. I mean, maybe he did, but that's not the story we get, right? I believe he actually just whacked him with a walking stick or something. But he killed him. So it was a lucky blow. But if you broke in someone's house... Because there was a thing on, I think it was Watchdog or something. And you're not allowed to put, like, I don't know, barbed wire around your property and electrocute it. Put, 240 volts through it. Why not? Well, because that would hurt people. Well, they'll only find out if they're trying to break in. So what's the problem? I find that a bit of a confusing argument. In that, it will only happen to you if you break in. So you've broken the law, but you're going to say I can't protect my house in that manner because that's not fair. But so letting that you expect me to let them in? I mean. So yeah, there are many of these kind of things that do not make sense in Liz's brain, and Liz's brain does not understand. And, in court of Liz would dismiss any case where idiot breaks into house and gets hurt, maimed, deceased as a result, because, well, they started it. You took the risk. The risk was... someone in the house knows more than you. You lost. Shame. Exactly. The best definition of that, in its legitimate form. You went on an adventure. It didn't work out. Sucks to be you, And no, you shouldn't be allowed to sue them for, but he was a father of 6 children. Well, then he should have kept it in his pants, because he obviously couldn't afford it. He was breaking in to steal shit. This is not good fatherly material. We can live without that, Very judgmental of me, I know, but at the same time, if I've worked long and hard to earn the shit in my house, I do not need some oaf coming in and taking it because they can't be bothered, you know? Because maybe I can be bothered to feel a little protective about my stuff. So, yeah, it's one of the few things I quite feel the Americans have got right, which is that while I do not agree with shooting everybody as a whole, if you come in my house, whatever I've got, dude, whatever I've got, you know? Now, obviously, we Brits don't tend to have guns in the house, but should we have guns in the house, if you've got one and you can load it and fire at them, kudos to you, dude. You know, I'll stand up and say you're a solid dude. He was in your house. You win, alright? Because I remember that's what my mother said to me, because I remember when I first got a dog as an adult, and I went, well, you know, it's to help guard the house. And my mother went, well, that's all right, then just shoot it. Well, thanks for that, Mother. Thanks for your lovely, caring thought there. But if they can shoot my dog, well, then surely I can shoot them back. Because I tell you now, you hurt my dog, you're going to live to regret that. I will make sure you live in pain the rest of your life for that, you know. I have a very inventive imagination. And it's very much an eye for an eye kind of deal, kind of imagination too. For obvious reasons, I gave a lot of thought to what punishments for rapists and the kind of thing that they should suffer for their crimes, right? And the best punishment that I have come up with in my life is that, and sorry gents, you're gonna wince a lot at the following. You put a very delicate, thin glass catheter up the offending appendage, and then you smash it a lot, grind it in, so that every time you pee, every time it has a movement of its own, it's going to hurt like a bugger because it's got all that scar tissue. Yeah. That to me is a very good, because you don't really have accidental rape. You can have manslaughter, i.e. death caused by actions but not intending necessarily to achieve that outcome. Well, if you can do that, well, then you can have... but you can't really have accidental rape. It's just not a thing. Sadly not, is the short answer. Sadly not. Let's just leave it as that. Hence, you know, idle brain thoughts, you know, because you need to leave the glass shards in there, because, well, yeah. Anyway, but it is one of those, you know, it is one of those things, is that an eye for an eye kind of deal. So if you break into someone's house and they thwack you with an iron skillet, yeah. On the balance of things, yeah. And? Oh, you expect... No, don't expect someone to stand up for you for that. Because, you know... as a child, I assumed, and I know, obviously, wrongly, but I assumed that if you broke the law was not on your side. That the side was on, you know, the victim's side. And to hear that that's not always the case, that's just, as an autistic level, that's just fundamentally wrong, dude. You know, it's... Now, I do appreciate that, as I say, there are times where if you're driving along and, I don't know, something happens, two cars collide through not necessarily fault, but, you know, two cars collide and one of the people is killed. The family of the deceased will almost certainly want to take the dude who was driving to court. So unless dude physically did something wrong, it was not his intention to go out and remove person, you know, original, the deceased from the universe. So, you know, the electric chair kind of deal, the final jab, etc., is arguably a little much. But if you deliberately set out to remove person from the universe, well, that's a very different story now. And the law should not be on your side when your deliberate actions were to remove said person. Now, I know that there is things like corporate manslaughter, so that you did not put in sufficient regulations or pay up for decent quality equipment, and as a result, people have died. That, in my mind, is slightly more complicated, but only to an extent. For if you knew that there was a risk and you chose the cheap option of not handling it, it's a bit like seeing an oncoming car and not swerving out the way. You did make a decision that this was going to be a potential outcome. Therefore, well, you have arguably, not necessarily directly against an individual, but you are directly responsible for those actions still being deemed reasonable actions, such as driving a car that has not been kept up to date or whatever, right? You are inciting that to happen. That's right, it's going the wrong way. That's okay. So, but that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. That's right, it's down here. That's right. So my brain farted, as it does. As we all know, my brain does do these little farts, where it kind of goes, "I'm sorry, does not compute, error," and sits there waiting with a blinking icon, kind of going, "Please re-enter, please abort or retry," you know. So yes, you break into someone's house, you know. The law should not be protecting you from what homeowner protecting their belongings and their loved ones or anything. This should not be a problem, you know. Now I need I remember it being like that last time. It's the same bricking, so it must have been. Whatevs. I basically need to do one more, well, two more things, because I need the prongs coming out the bottom to complete the bit in the middle. But we're going to do the bit in the middle anyway, as far as we can. And I'm going to do it like I did the top one, which you didn't see. So I chose to do this differently this time. So take care not to count. So I now need to have done the other bit, so we will decant some of the other side for now. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's borrow you for a minute. Now, I need to do another one of these. I need to get a drink, so I'm gonna throw the thing on there. Well done, everybody. That is something. That's a game I really do suck at, because I know the words how they sound, but of course it's not how we fucking spell. The problem with those games is for people like me who can spell. I mean, seriously, if you could see my screen set up, you'd understand. It's kind of like an inch by a couple of inches at the bottom of the screen. So I play in a kind of thumbnail too. Because, well, Sugar Bear, that's my problem as well, is that, so like anatomy, anat, A-N-A-T, fine, great, me, M-E, but it's not, it's my, but we don't say anatomy, do we? We say anatomy. And so in my head, I struggle with that because that's the word I see. I see the word anatomy, but of course it's not. And because we don't spell more phonetically, I really struggle. And exactly, it's not this is, you know, and this is where it is a logical problem. Now, sometimes my head just makes up random shit. I'm not going to pretend that that's not a thing, but a lot of the time, especially when it comes to anagrams, so mixing up the letters in front of you, all I could see for that one where I tried to spell anatomy and obviously it was missing a Y, but it's all I could see was because it spelled anatomy in the way that you say it. And it's like, as a child, I used to have a password of Cambridge. Now, for those who are not overly aware, Cambridge in the UK is a very great and glorious place. It is one of the most heralded universities of our country, in the place called Cambridge. And in fact, there is Cambridgeshire. But like I said about how anatomy is not pronounced anatomy, which is how you would think, right? Cambridge is not spelt how it's written. It should be Cambridge. There is no fucking E in Cambridge, because Came, C-A-M-E, we'll agree on that. It is C-A-M, and it is the River Cam. It's not the River Came, it's the River Cam. So, Cambridge makes far more fucking sense, frankly, but we don't say Cambridge, we say Cambridge. So my password was Cambridge, spelt the way it fucking should be, with an E in the middle. So I could scream at you, my password is Cambridge. And to all of these sensible people, they couldn't get in, because, well, that's not how I spell it now, is it? And I've done that with all my passwords. All my passwords are based on words that are not spelt the way they're pronounced. So I can scream them proudly out loud. Now, with a bit of forethought, if you know the word, you probably can work out what I did to it. But then I occasionally add numbers and punctuations and all the rest of it. But Cambridge is a really good example of that. It shouldn't be Cambridge. It should be Cambridge. And anatomy should be anatomy. So, these things would make great passwords because you remember anatomy. But you've got to remember how I spell anatomy, right? And so it makes it quite nice because you've got a word that is a word when you say it, but it's not when the wrong people look at it. And so I struggle with those because my brain can't really see words unless the letters are in the order in the right thing. Now, occasionally they do, and I surprise myself. But for the most part, no. For the most part, and I now need to move this over here, which means I need to move you over here like that. Because for some reason, I'm not comfortable sitting in the previous spot, so there we go. But, why is it? And then we wonder why children have a job spelling. Or some of us don't have a job wondering why kids can't spell. Because, while some words are spelt very phonetically and, we can all go along with that, some of them just friggin' aren't. One of the words that I am going to admit that I was 40-something. So, when people mutiny, or in more recent terms, it's a coup. I don't know about you, but I spell coup is spelled C-O-O, because coup is how you spell that. So, having a coup is... no. It's spelled more like coupe. Where did those extra letters go? What happened to them? I mean, the obvious word for this, of course, is yacht. Exactly. You think of a pigeon and you go, coo. That's exactly what you're thinking, right? You do not expect peas in it. Where did the pea go? I was really quite surprised. And Rory, no, that's out of order, my man. Sod off. You behave, little man. No, he decided he wanted a cuddle and got on my leg and just went with his big fat foot. So now everything's all wonky. Facetious. How do you say facetious, right? No, you can spell it, that's for sure. Because I don't know about you, when I hear the word facetious, I do not hear fetish. Fetish is possibly the better word. F-E-T. Where did the F go? Where did the V come from? Because we all say the, as in version, right? So where did the F go? Where did the V come from? I'm not even looking in the right friggin' half of the dictionary. It's just... So I hate words that don't have a level of logic to them. I can get that physics is pH. I'll let you off for that. I mean, it's stupid, but I can let you off for that. But when you have, I say that, and then, of course, laugh at the Americans, because, we'll go back to Cambridgeshire, right? Cambridgeshire. That's how we sell it. Cambridgeshire. So we've added an E out of freaking nowhere, and then we drop 90% of the rest of the vowels. Because Cambridge, okay, we get that. Shire. Spelt Shire. Shire. And then we laugh when you get Leicestershire. No. Leicestershire. No. Leicestershire. It's about half those letters. We got bored. We may have put them in there, but we got bored. We didn't use them. Exactly. How in the name of that is versicious? Where's the fucking FA come from? Because, I mean, let's truly be honest. Versi. Or even without the extra C at the end, right? So, I mean, it's closer, right? Facetious, right? I mean, whatever you do, but I mean, facetious. Hang on, facetious. There. That's how you say it, versicious, right? And that's how you actually spell it. I mean, seriously, right? These are not logical words, right? And so, while I know what they mean, I can't fucking spell them. And so I don't tend to use them a lot because, well, I've got no hope in spelling it right. And as a result of not reading and writing them a lot, and people don't tend to use them in return, because they think I'm stupid. Shut up, dog! Fucking whining in my ear. Why is this looking wonky? You two look wonky. Amy, enough, little one. And don't come here and maul me. What did I just say? Repeat what I just said. I said, do not come here and maul me. Yes, you seem to be under the illusion that mauling me is acceptable at this time. I definitely said not. So for some reason, you look wonky. I don't think you are. I think it's just my imagination. So we're going to ignore it for now. Oh, shut the fuck up, dog. I do love my dogs, but there are times like this that I really, really could not, you know? There was a beautiful meme on Facebook earlier this week. See, that looks crossed, but I know it's not. Shut up! It doesn't look right. But there was a beautiful meme on Facebook, and you know, it was a picture of what was clearly a golden Labrador, who had been out in the mud, and frankly there was not a drop of untouched dog, and I said enough, okay, enough of the noise. And this dog clearly, I said no, no, I do not need to know. I do not care that he is out there doing somebody else's bloody garden. To be honest, I don't care if he's out there doing my garden. We know who it is, okay? It is Russ, okay? It is Russ the gardener. Yes, it is Russ the gardener, and he's doing some gardening, funnily enough. Because that's what he does. Christ, I pay him to do mine, so come on. But you know, we've got all these words we have that we don't spell remotely like we say them, and as I say, we all laugh at the Americans with their Leicestershires. But can you really blame them? Seriously, can you really blame them? Because that's how it's spelled. The best one, of course, is Worcestershire. Worcestershire, what was it? Worcestershire sauce or something was the longest interpretation, but Worcestershire sauce. That's how it's spelled. That's what we say over here, and it's just north of here. Worcestershire sauce. Right? But when you've got like stuff like that going on, is it too surprising when people stuff it up? No, it's not. We make up some letters, we drop some letters. I mean, seriously. And then we wonder why other foreign nations have problems with our words. Because they're just daft. What in the name of mercy is one of those? Well, there is that. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't live there, honey bear. Wouldn't live there, because screw that. I can't. Yeah, just no. No, Raven Q, you're right. It is not the British per se, but the fact that we didn't sort it out does kind of, things change over the years. We've added words, we've dropped words, so we can change them, and we could make them be far more logical, far more sensible, and save a lot of sweating and stuff each year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So with that in mind, we are somewhat responsible for the fact that, well, we haven't sorted it. But you're right. We got them off lots of other people first. But like we were saying about, technically 2 wrongs do not make a right. It kind of applies. 2 wrongs do not make a right. Therefore, just because someone else misspelt it and made a frigging dog's dinner of it, doesn't mean we should too, We could have sorted that out. We could have, dropped a few vowels, added a few vowels as appropriate. But no. Well, and this is one of the things that's really true. I mean, when I did my GCSE German all those years ago, when it came to doing the oral tests, okay, you got points as long as your meaning was clear. So if you went, ich habe das, ich habe das, ich habe, es ist kaputt, right? You could say, I've got one of these, got one of those, 6 of them, 3 of them, I read one of those and mine's broken. And that was perfectly fine, for you were understood. Therefore, as long as you were relevant, so for example, we were sitting in a cupboard and I was asked, what's in your bedroom? Well, okay, that's a bit tough in a cupboard, but I did have pens, pencils and paper and a few things I could name, and mine was, I have a blue one of these and a brown one and a red one, and, not rushing through it because I needed to fill up the time. And, all of this kind of stuff. I didn't do that badly, considering. But I really didn't do that badly because my meaning was clear. Was it the best German in the world? Absolutely not. Do I remember most of it? No, I do not. I do remember some of it. I don't remember most of it. But it is, the point was to be understood, to get your meaning across. And well, if you did that, you were doing all right. And like you say, while spelling is reasonably important. Yes. And as you say, though, the spelling, part of the reason the Americans spell things differently to us is that not everybody, everybody could speak a level of language, but not everybody could read and write a level of language. So when people went over, I doubt they sent, all of the corporate, all the Cambridge students over. No, places like Australia, we sent all the crims, for example. Well, if you're sending the crims, chances are these are not the people with PhDs, right? I mean, there's bound to be a couple of bright ones, but, there's a reason they were not out earning millions, being entrepreneurs. Therefore, their written English is not necessarily going to be Oxford's best, darling, right? And so it's not too surprising then when things get done differently. No, and to be honest, I've said the same about lace working done throughout the world. If you look at the many types of lace throughout the world, it was like they all met up one day on a sunny afternoon in some remote village somewhere. And on a Sunday afternoon, they kind of went, "Yo, dudes, we could do this." And they all kind of look and go, they'd say such as this and go, "Wow, that's really cool. How do you do this?" And you'd get like, well, you do a bit of this, flickety, 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 right? Great. They then all went home, and it took them like a week to walk home because, there were no aircraft, right? Then they sat down to try and recreate what they saw. Hence, in many different laces, they use a different number of degrees on the grid. Some of them do cross and twist, and some do criss and toss, and some do this and some do that. But for the most part, it kind of boils down to roughly the same shit. Now, this is very well proved by Chantilly and Bucks Point, which are basically the same thing. Chantilly do cross, twist, twist, twist. No, sorry. Chantilly does twist, 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 cross. So if you're going to join, you don't put pins in, but you put a pin in just to stop it wandering around too much. So you would take your 4 bobbins and you would do twist, 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 cross. And so you'd have a long bit with a join at the bottom. Bucks Point do cross, twist, twist, twist. Now, but you see, here's the thing. Chantilly also will do this, they just call it a closed stitch. So it is literally the same shit. Yeah, I know that, because Naughty Celt's done some too. Well, exactly. And so people would have tried to recreate stuff and done something close enough, right? And others would, even though they have, much like place names change over the years, surnames change over the years. Kimber, not too surprisingly, now, I do understand S and Z, right? S and Z, depending on your location, right? But, like you've said, some refer to the threading and some refer to the card. Because, in essence, they form a cross. And this one would be an S, because the S comes down in this direction. And the Z one, the S comes down in this direction, the Z comes down in this direction. But it matters whether you're referring to the card, So the card, if it's this way, the threads are that way. And if the card is that way, the threads are this way. So both of them have an S and a Z in them. It just depends on which object you're talking about. And then you get into the arguments about the lettering, because some say the letters are in a different order. Well, they're not. Because if you take A, B, C, D in a clockwise direction and you turn the card around and you look at it from that angle, it still goes A, B, C, D. It's just that when you rotate them, the order would be different. Because you'd go, well, one's clockwise, one's effectively anti-clockwise because you've turned it round. And as you say, the tablet weaving things are definitely complicated by the fact that an awful lot of people don't tend to specify which they're doing. Now, crochet suffers from a similar kind of problem. Thanks for that, dog. In that, in crochet, you've got single crochet, double crochet, etc. But depending on which country you're in, well, a crochet single is a US double. Now, I do American naming for crochet because it actually makes more sense. In my humble opinion, and God help me for saying it. I do understand why the British call it a single, but it's a double to me, right? Well, and that's a really good example, because between knitting, crochet, weaving, fucking thread, lace making and everybody else, everyone has their own sodding method of measuring the same shit. Can we not? Can we just pick one fucking thing and go with it? Can we just pick a thing and go with it? And to be honest, the weaving one is the most logical, which is, well, it's not logical, but it is logical. So the weaving version is you take a weight, such as a kilo or a pound, depending on metric or imperial, and you spin it and it is deemed the one. That one is then the guidance for everything else. So if it's an 8-2 cotton, it is 8 times as long for the same weight as the one, and there are 2 plies stuck together. Therefore, 8-2 is not necessarily half of, say, 16-2. Sorry, it's not twice as fat, because of course volume works. As we know, if you take a tube, if you want to, it's a bit like a square. If I take a square and I make one that's got half the diagonal, well, it's only a quarter of the square. So it's not half, it becomes a quarter. And circles kind of 2 pi r and 4 pi r and all the rest of it. Because of the volumes, it's not as simple as 8 is twice the size of 16 and half the size of 4. Because it's not. Now, it's close, but it's not, right? But at the same time, much like, the difference between women's clothing and men's clothing. In men's clothing, you go and buy a 32 waist pant or trousers with a 32-inch leg, right? You're going to get a 32-inch waist and a 32-inch leg, and it will fucking fit. When you're a woman, your size can be anything from 0 to 40, because, well, it's just an arbitrary number, right? There is no guarantee that you are any size in any store, which is why women's clothes shopping is a ball ache and why I hate doing it. Because you can't just go in and go, I'm size bleh, and walk off with something that you know will fit without trying 83 of them on. And even if they are the same size, they can be as much as 4 inches different. Sod off. life's too complicated. Just make it like the blokes do. You are this fat, you will fit in this. But it doesn't matter if you've got a 43-inch waist and an 18-inch leg. If that's what you are, you can go to a tailor and go, I want a 48-inch waist and an 18-inch leg, and the man will make you a pair of trousers that will friggin' fit. Now, obviously, if you've got really big thighs, that can be a problem, but, you know, in principle, as long as they're not skinny jeans kind of thing, your chances are your trousers will fit. Whereas, with women's clothes, it's a flip of a coin. You can buy 8 different things from the same store in the same size, and 4 of them will fit and 4 of them won't. And some of them, not even a hope. Some of them you won't get over your knees. And women's clothing needs to go do one. It's the same with shoe sizes. Why is a guy's size 6 not the same as a woman's size 6? Why? What's so bad about having the same shoe sizes and just having, this is a size of shoe? Why is it so bad? What is so wrong with that? You know, when you hear that a woman's size 6 is like a guy's 8 or something, and you're going, why? You need to be told it's longer to stroke your ego or something? I mean, what the fuck? Or women, oh, you want it to be small and dainty, so we've lied to you and made it sound smaller. Whatever the reason, can we not? Can we just say, if your foot is this big, yeah, get a ruler, stand on it, you know, my toes poke up to X centimetres, then that's the size shoe you need. Can we not just do that? And then you have, like, thin, fat shoe, but, you know, can we not have random arbitrary numbers? It's no wonder we never find things that fit. But it's also makes it a miracle that we tend to buy so much off the internet now. But of course there's a high return rate if it doesn't fit. Because, well, it doesn't fit. I tend to wear men's clothes because I can buy I Am So Fat and it will come and it will fit. Because I can't be bothered with the fight with the women's stuff. Because I have no idea what hell that translates to into women's, because, well, frankly, it doesn't translate into women's, because there is no one-to-one mapping. And of course, God forbid if you're a woman with boobage, but you're skinny, because then nothing will ever fit you, because you either buy it to go around your boobs, or you have it to fit the rest of you. You can't have both. They don't make clothes for both. You've either got to be fat with boobs, or thin without. You can't have a bit of both, right? And by the way, I'm fat with boobs, so there we go. But it is the frustration that we all live with, is that we've imposed so many complications upon ourselves for no reason. No reasons at all. And again, it's 2025. We could call a halt to this. We do not have to measure in hectares and micro flops. We can, you know, no offence, calories. No one knows what the fuck a calorie really is. Now we know it's a unit of measure, and we know that the average woman should have 2,000 and the average man should have 2,500. But no one knows what a calorie looks like. And you and I could eat the same thing, and I may draw more calories out of you than you, but the package will say it only has so many calories on it. But that's not necessarily true. It's down to your digestive system to extract those calories out of it. And it's a bit like, over here in the UK, utility bills are somewhat higher than seems relevant. And one of the big problems you have is that, you know, you might get a thing that says you've used so many you've used so many units of gas. Well, I can't exactly disprove it, can I? But they can't exactly prove it either. They've got a meter that says I did. But who's proved that that meter's accurate? That meter could be completely wrong. I recently had an argument. there is that. But you know what I mean, is that if you ask an average child of today what's a hectare, they'll look at you and blink a lot, right? Mind you, if you ask them how long, how far away is that, they won't have any clues either. But we have so many but as I was saying, when it comes to water, gas, electricity, now, most of us, certainly at my school, we were made to do a calculation. That's the word I was after. So if you have a so many watt bulb, it is drawing so much electricity per hour. Yeah. Again, so severely depends on whether you've got one of those big steroidal Shire horses that, you've seen the ones that, nearly as wide as they are tall and they're all muscle, or whether you've got let's call it the pansy horse who frankly will trip over a stone and break a nail, It's a bit very, as you say, it's somewhat flexible. But when you think about all of our things like water and here in the UK, we tend to get charged for the amount it's rained, like we ever got a control of that. You have you have a connection fee, so the fact that you are connected, you pay a standing charge, irrelevant of whether you've used any or not, per day. And then you have any drainage fee, so you have land drainage fees. Then you have how much water came in and how much water came out. So obviously, well, especially as it's not like you have a choice in it raining on your garden. Personally, during the day, overnight, fine, you can rain all you like. During the day, can you not? I want to be able to use my garden. But I don't get that choice. Internet fart. So, can we not, it is frustrating, as you say. You're then charged, quite a lot more for the amount it rained versus the amount you used. And you're left sitting there going, so you're telling me that even if I did not use any water whatsoever, so if I didn't pee, I went somewhere else and did it. If I peed everywhere else, I showered everywhere else, I got water for the dog out the tap everywhere else, you're still going to charge me generally over half the amount of your water bill for standing charge and the fact that it rained. I don't have any control in either of those. And of course, more to the point, if you weren't connected and it rains, well, your land's still draining. It's not like the connection's going to make a difference here. And then, of course, as we all know, there's something like millions of gallons of water are lost here in the UK through dodgy pipes. But we're still paying for that shit. Well, hang on. Fix your pipes first. We pay you enough. But of course you can't contest how much it's rained. You can't contest how much gas you've used. You can sit there and, as I was saying, we as a child, I was made to do. It was a simple computer program, and it was how much would it cost if you leave this device on for per device. So you could do, if the TV is so many wattage, because it will tell you on the TV at the time. I don't think they do so much these days, but let's say, like a light bulb, it's so many watts, right? So that many wattage per hour, this is the price per unit of watt. How much did that cost to leave it on for, say, 8 hours, right? And I remember my parents didn't want me to have a computer on the grounds it would cost too much. And I worked out it was something like 11p a day to leave it on, and that's 24/7, right? It was at the time, obviously not now. It's more like 11p a minute. In fact, according to my electricity meter, one light and a computer and a fridge on tick over in the other room is exactly 13p an hour. So there you go. But it is one of those kind of rough things, right? Is that you find yourself going, well, I'll pay you 11p then. So that rules out your argument. And your parents go, oh, that can't be right, that can't be right. Well, according to my science teacher, it bloody is. And of course, you know, this was back in the days when things were a lot cheaper. But you do sit there defending yourself. And, you know, because it is the, you know, we're not going to pay to heat the universe. We're not going to, you know, I'm not lighting the county. You know, you can't leave that on. It costs us money. Well, of course it costs you money. Everything costs you money. Breathing frigging costs money these days, it seems. But it is, you know, we can't really go back to the electricity board and dispute the amount of electricity that you use. Now, I did, a couple of weeks ago, have an argument with the water board because I do have a water meter, and I happened to notice on my water bill that seemed rather large. It was 200 and something quid. That, you know, it said I didn't have a water meter, and so we have basically assumed from your property that, you know, that band value, that this is the amount of water that you owe us. Well, that's really nice, but first of all, I am not a family of four. I am a dude of one, and secondly, I do not use as much water as you might think. And in fact, this is very, 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 this is more true than even I thought, to be honest. So, I was looking at my bills, and they've been charging me 200 and something £, I think it's every 6 months, for water. For water, for the last 18 months. Well, and this is the thing. Nowhere does it tell me my estimated water usage. It just says, we've decided you owe us 213 quid or whatever it is. Pay up. There's no, you know, we've estimated that, you know, houses much like your own with with a population of X people in it, you know, draws X amount of water, cough up that much, you'll be about right. No. They just go, you owe us 200 and something quid, cough up. And when I rang them and went, but I've got a water meter, and he went, yeah, actually, I can see you've got a water meter. I don't know why that's happened. Now, I do know why that's happened, because obviously brain cells have collected together since then. A good while ago, I got a phone call. It's a phone call from a random company I'd never heard of, claiming that my water meter was broken and that they needed to fit a new one. Well, I don't know about you, but if my water people who I pay directly for the water have not said we think it's broken, we will send some people out, random asshole who you've never heard of phoning up saying, hey, we want to come and mess with your shit, doesn't sound like a plan. So I said, well, if it's broken, I'm sure they'll tell me, and I told them to bugger off. So I've got a feeling, and I think I know why they think it's broken now, because this is a little bit alarming. You are not allowed to judge from the following statement. January last year, because it's 18 months, so round about January last year, the bill for my water included a meter reading. So I went and read my meter. Now, bear in mind, I've had a burst pipe since then. Well, it wasn't a burst pipe. The man came to fit a tap and then it burst because the connection wasn't quite solid. So it squirted water everywhere. So, even including that, Well, exactly. If your company, if your electricity company had said, yes, we're going to send round a company to fix that for us, you would at least be expecting someone to be ringing about it, right? Or writing to you about it. But when some random, never heard of Incorporated rings you up or sends you a note saying, we are changing your electricity meter because there's a problem with it. Really is there now? What's the problem? Oh, I don't know. Well, if you don't know what the problem is, and I've never heard of you, then you can go half and no. And I, like you, said no. But I've worked out why they think there's a problem. It's a bit embarrassing. So, the meter reading last January was 8 water units ago. Let that sink in. 8 water units. I don't know what the water units are, but 8 water units. That's not very many. So I'm assuming they thought it was wrong, because 8 is really not a lot. And I think it's 8 cubic meters of water, which can't be right. I've definitely flushed the toilet way more than that. But 8 cubic meters of water, and it's moving. It is moving. It's not stuck, it's moving. Well then, you owe me a lot of money, dudes, because I've not been using anything like the amount of water I've been paying for. So you better be putting your hand in your pocket soon, sunshine, because I want that money back. But the dude I spoke to, oh my goodness me, I suffer from depression. And I know that I am not always the cheeriest soul this side of the world. But Jesus Christ, this dude made me look like, Happy Annie. I mean, I was like on, it was like being on laughing gas talking to this dude. This dude was seriously the most depressed bloke I ever heard of. It is a lot of bobbins in overpay. It's a lot of anything in overpay, frankly. And so I expect a healthy amount back. Now, of course, as we all know, there'll be, oh, well, because... But we also all know that once a company has your money, getting it back from them is historically a lot more complicated. Come on, Rory. There's a stick there, that's where that meant. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get the other half of you up. Come on. Dopey dog. He gets half of him up and then does the... There are dogs out there that can leap like, the length of a double-decker bus and can get like 18 foot up in the air, and you can't climb on the couch that barely comes up to your chest. My man. You lazy bag of fur. It buys a lot of dog biscuit too. And a lot of takeout, which is on the cards for tonight. And in fact, when I get to the bottom of this square, which is here, because this is the square that I'm making, I will cease for the day and go and do the whole kind of order food and eat it kind of deal. But it is one of... Oh, shut up, Amy. Oh, you've set your brother off now. He was comfortable. Just because you want his spot. So yeah, but... So I've got a feeling that's why the water board think it's not working, is because they can't believe the numbers are that low. Well, they are, so bite me, is the short answer. Prove that they're not, because, well, they are, so... Just going to quickly check. Yep, you two are next. Let's do you then. So yes, but I've got a feeling that's why my water board think that my water meter is broken, is because they obviously came along and basically got, point nothing of an up in the meter reading, and so assumed that I'd tampered with it or something. And it's like, first of all, you keep telling me my water meter is under the stairs. It's on the other side of the house to the stairs. Under the stairs is currently a Rory, can you not? Just lie down, little man. Is basically a phone socket and nothing else. So it's not the water meter that you keep telling... Because originally I didn't know where it was. Because it's kind of half covered up. It's got a hat on it. So you can't see the numbers on it. So unlike my old house where the water meter was kind of a bit up front and personal. You know, it had a big thing with numbers on the front. Whereas this one's small and the numbers are a bit more restrained. And I need to put some of you in sticks because this is getting a bit claustrophobic. And so I've got a feeling that's why. And that's exactly why, you know, they changed my thing, is because I didn't get a new meter. And they obviously got told maybe I refused it. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So therefore they assumed that, you know, well, if we're not going to get meter readings from you, we'll just make random guesses. But they never actually told me that. No one actually ever contacted me and said, we've changed your shit because you refused a water meter. And so there's me, so I'm waiting to hear on that. I will have to chase them next week because it's been a couple of weeks and it's like, how long does it take for you to kind of give me back my money, frankly? Because if I go to my account, it says, you don't have a water meter. Well, I do, because I can show you a fucking photo of it. I've definitely got a water meter. So, can we not be pretending I don't have a water meter? And oh, just sit still! This is when I really want a doggy taser. Days like today, I would sell a body part for a doggy taser. Just to get 5 minutes of them sitting fuck still. Because it's nearly always her. She is a crackhead. He is lazy. But she kind of does the panic, panic, panic. So he goes to sort them out. So he will be comfortable. I could go up, get a drink of water, come back, he'll be fine. Go for a week, he'll still be here. She will leap up like someone shot her in the arse every 10-15 seconds. It's almost like I was watching an episode of House where kid was getting electric shocks due to some nerve being against a vein, artery, whatever. I think it was an artery, thinking about it. And it meant that it was firing the nerves like he was getting an electric shock, right? And it's almost like she suffers from this, because she literally, either before she's even finished getting on the couch, she wants off the couch, or she's on the couch, she's just about laid down after trampling the grass 28,000 times, and immediately gets up, gets off, and then almost half the time we'll get straight back on it again. Or she's convinced she's heard something, and she's off doing the, oh, alarm, 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 and makes her brother kind of go all barky barky, and half the time it's because she wants the spot that he has. And it gets a bit much, because it is a constant battle with her doing the and setting off the cavalry, because if I'm lying down watching some TV, he'll be behind kind of my head, she'll be behind my knees. But by the time she's got behind my knees, she doesn't want to be behind my head, but she will then call the cavalry. Well, I get trampled in the middle, and I have suffered bodily harm for this, because she once got behind my head, unusual for her, but she got behind my head. He was over on a dog bed somewhere. She decided she heard something, so she used my face as a springboard and dug her claws in. And she put her claw, tried to go through my cheek. It got quite deep, by the way. Because she was doing a full-scale launch. And So I do have good reason for being a little over the top fed up with this. It's not just Liz being a grumpy cow, which, you know, there is an element of Liz being a grumpy cow, because, well, Liz is being a grumpy cow. But it has a basis for reality on the grounds that, can we just not? Can we just back the fuck up, shut up, sit down, you know, go to sleep, cause, you know, we you know, there's no need for all of this. There's no need for this alarm bells every 20 seconds, because in the whole time you've been here, not once has someone been doing anything untoward to this house, myself, the contents, or the garden. So, for all the bazillion times that you have screamed that, you know, the robbers are coming or whatever it is, you've been wrong. And we, you know, many of us learnt the boy who cried wolf story. And the more you tell me that my house is being burgled, the less I'm believing you. Because, well, you've been wrong every other time so far. And, you know, it's getting... Hence, I just shouted at her to shut up. Because I almost don't care. And, you know, unless they're breaking in through the door right here, right now, I really don't care. You know, I kind of don't give a shit. Because, you know, unless they're coming for me right now, in which case they're going to get a bit of a shock. Because, well, as we discussed earlier, you want to take that choice? That's up to you. But I don't like your chances. I've got a skillet pan in the kitchen. I know where it is. More likely, mind you, it's better than, you know, if you'd broken into my mother's house and gone, oh, what's in the fridge? Yeah, you probably would have died if you did that. My mother was a menace in the kitchen. But it is this frustration. You know, so I'm hoping to hear back from the walk board, but it's been 2 weeks, haven't heard jack shit. Which is a little disappointing, because, you know, how hard is it to read a meter and go, yeah, we're wrong? I mean, you won't let me enter a meter reading, so... Because I always assumed the meter reading was for Old House, and that they'd screwed it up somehow. But it's not. It's for this one, so... Let's finish this square in the middle. Let's do that. Right, so, much as we could do more edge, we're not going to do more edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to finish this square in the middle, and then Lizzie's going to order some food, because Lizzie's hungry. Mind you, Lizzie's often hungry, that's not the point. But Lizzie's hungry. And... 7. Good, that adds up. But I need you, and technically you. So we're going to keep you out. We will stick you up out the way, because that makes life easier. We then will take you and continue on down this line. So 1, 2, 3. Take you 4 and do the dance with you. Squish. Pin. Like that. 1, 2, 3. You then go through here like this. that. Then we take you over there, extract you out of the pins, because you should not be over there like that. You go over there. I need some of you, you two. You two come down here. You two come in next. So, you need to be twisted. And, for good measure, 1, 2. I'm only going to do 2 because, well, there's a bit more bulk to it. Right? You'll see why in a minute. Because I can is the short answer. 1, 2. So you're all pre-twisted. 1, 2. 1, 2. And then we do like we did before. We do cross, no, cross and twist, and I am in part making this up. And then cross. Now, this does not overly give us a strong middle. Because what I really want to do is twist you two and do another cross like that. Wherever you come from, how dare you? You're not part of this. Right. Snug you up a bit. And now you'll see why we did what we did with the crosses. So you do 3 more twists. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1. Out the way. 2. Should give us strong edges. Now, will you fuck off over there and take them with you? Well, now we need you, and now we need you, and we do. And then we do that, which gives us that, which gives us a pin. That. And then you come down through these. You up a bit to get you a bit more space to play with. And then we do the same again with you. Rory, stop sucking her ears. And that's a big pile of mess, so I'm going to undo that, that's for sure. it's not. It was just you. So you're over. So you're over. Right. Should we put in a pin? Should we steal from back here somewhere? Like that. Gives us a nice edge. So that's you sorted. So we now need to put some of you away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go that way. We'll have some more for you in a minute. You all come down this way. This. And swerve out the way. And now we get into you. And you join with you. So, you've done the twisty thing. That's a good thing. So, that was too much. You rolled too far, my friends. So, over. Come on, brain cells, warm up a little bit, will you? You then get a pin in there, like that. And then you come down through here. Backache. Right. Next up is you two, and you go through like that, and that doesn't feel very happy at all for some reason. I don't know. Why are you unhappy? You're just being unhappy. Fine, whatever. Grab a pin, stick a pin. Is it here somewhere? There it is. Yeah. You now go through here like this. You need lengthening slightly because you're getting annoyed. We grab a pin, stick it in. You're all twisted. Good. So. this is the advantage to the variant on a theme that I'm doing. In a normal spider, you do a load of stitches, put a pin in, do a load, then repeat the load of stitches to, quote, encapsulate the bin. Oh, I'm not doing that because that leads to the little round bodies like these that you get. If you notice, the square round on the inside of this is actually square. And the reason for that is I am just doing all the threads meet, make a cross, and that's it, they're done, right? So whatever bobbins were on the right, go to the left, and whatever right bobbins were on the left, go to the right. And then they're done, and they stay in that order. And as a result, well, it doesn't have to speed some shit up. But it also means you end up with a much... I mean, if you look at this one, for example, if you look at this very first square that I did, bear in mind it's the same square, you can see that if I zoom in, hang on, I know you can see it better than I can, but, right, if I zoom in, you can see that the top one, while they're in line in a square, the lines between them kind of zigzag and look a little out of place. And the body in the middle is huge. I then did something slightly different for this middle one. Forgot to twist a load of pairs, bite me, right? But it was a little bit better because what I did in the middle was just cross the pairs. So on this one, the first one I did mostly this, but slightly different. This time round, because, you know, why not? Got to experiment after all. But it does make them a lot faster because instead of crossing them all above the pin and crossing them all again below the pin, which gives the kind of rounded body shape, well, now they're just across, which means you get a nice, beautiful square. Not that you can see it as much now, hang on. You get a much more square than you would have done. And being a girl of logic, I quite like straight lines and squares, so I thought I'd give it a try, because, well, why not? Because, you know, well, it does make it look neat, and I quite like the fact that it's, well, square, because, well, it is square. Yeah, but it's also, because of the way I've done it, it's like the threads merge together. And now I'm casting aspersions. No, I didn't. Let me undo this. I forgot to twist them, so. Forgot to twist these. Which is why I twisted these, so that this bit in the middle is like 4 threads came together and did a dance. So it's smaller, effectively an even smaller one of these, right? And I quite like it. And it's the same as I did for the little square here. It's actually a square. Where again, if you look on these, they're more bobbly. Because, well, I did the before and after, which lends to the snag. I'm a snag. And because I'm a snag is a thing, I quite like the idea of the contrast bits in the middle actually being actually straight. Now, there are a whole host of differences you can do with spiders. You can do things like cathedral arches, so that they're not kind of spiders, that they kind of more like Star Trek emblems, for want of a better description, because they're that kind of shape. And again, that you know, all of these things are optional. You know, they're all things I could do and could try and, you know, put in. But I kind of want it to be unidirectional. Sorry, bidirectional. I don't really want it to be specifically, you know, hey, well, you've got to have this. No. You You know, I almost want to be able to work out which way up it is by just picking a direction, right? I don't necessarily want it to be, well, then it doesn't match with all the others, darling. No, 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 I can't be bothered with that. I do quite like the cathedral archy ones. You know, they are quite pretty after all. But for this, I thought this would be quite pretty, so this is what I did. I didn't want cathedral arches in it. I wanted one of these. And I do think that the straight line variety, so if we zoom back in now it's done. I mean, because the base of the body is slightly bigger than the top of the body, it is a little bit more bottom centric, but it is square, and I quite like the square versus the slithering snake down the side. I quite like the fact that it's different. I mean, to be honest, I was really, really, really tempted just to do the crossing in the middle of the lines and not give it a body at all, which is kind of what I think I did at the front, actually. I've forgotten. It seems a long time ago. Hang on. Let me go back and grab the front a sec. Yeah, the front was more of I just crossed these together. She says it's not coming down. There you go. That was me doing one where I just kind of crossed them in the middle. And again, I really quite like that. But I thought I'd try this one as a bit more bit more spidery, but not overly spidery, if that makes some sense. But I definitely quite like the square edges, and to be honest, I quite like the first one more, where I just did the crossing over and calling it quits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I really do like how that showed out. So, you know, I will do the bottom one the same. Don't have to, but you know, I did on the last one as well. So, but having a slightly different middle is not a wrong thing to do. You know, effectively alternating different things down a line is not a bad deal. Just that side. So yeah, that's the end of today's chunk. We are over halfway through. 7 o'clock at night. I've been going for nearly 5 hours. Fuck me, really. But I am hungry. Not too surprisingly, given that I started at 2 o'clock. And I didn't have any lunch. Well, I did. I had a bit of a snack, but it was a snack. Hence the biscuit, because I was getting a bit kind of peckish. Well, and this is the thing. I expect to be back tomorrow. I don't know. I need your opinion, people, as there's a couple of you on. Before you go, is me staying up so in like 6 hours time really the best use of? Is really 6 hours time from now the best use of my time at staying up to stupid o'clock on a Saturday to make lace on the off chance that a few random people come? Because the first night I did it, quite a few people came. And usually what happens is for the first hour or so, I'm almost on my own. And it doesn't feel worth it. Towards the end, just as I've really kind of fallen asleep and I'm really tired, people do start showing up. But I'm not so sure how interested they are in the stream. But is it really the best use of my time to staying up till stupid o'clock just to catch a few extra people? Fair enough. It won't be tonight. Or it's unlikely to be tonight. Although there's no reason it can't be tonight, to be honest. But oh fuck. Well, yeah, I think this is my problem. Is that I am a much more of a night owl than an early worm. I do not like getting up early in the morning. And it is harder for me to get up early in the morning than it is for me to stay up and do something late. I mean, I was up till 3 or 4 this morning doing stuff. So working till late is not hard, especially when I'm on holiday. But at the same time, on a normal working week, I think it feels a big strain on my weekend to spend, the middle of my weekend, Saturday night, staying up really late, because then I've only got Sunday to recover. But I don't really want to do it on a Friday, because that's the very beginning of my weekend, and I don't want to knacker my whole weekend. So, but I do think later is not a bad thing. I just don't think as late as I have been is necessarily the right answer. But of course, it depends how I'm doing. If I'm really in the mood and I'm in the zone, and like today I did 5 hours, if I do 5 hours tomorrow starting at 10, well, that's like 10 till 3 or whatever, and it'll be a thing. But at the same time, I do think that I need to start more of kind of late evening rather than, tomorrow morning kind of deal. Because, as a reminder, it's 7 o'clock here now. So wherever you are, if I waited 6 hours, because I don't normally wait 6 hours, but I don't normally start till kind of like 11 or 12 my time. So that would be like, 4 or 5 hours from now. That is really late here, and I've had a whole day to do stuff in advance, so I'm already tired. I've done things. My brain's gone elsewhere, done other things. And, maybe I'm not in the mood by the time it comes around. Fair enough. So surely you're an hour ahead of me. At least an hour ahead of me. So it's surely 8 o'clock your time. Damn, I'm sad with time zones. Fair enough. It is difficult because, I could easily continue on now, but I also want to order some food. I want to watch some telly. I want to play a game. I want to, watch a few people I like streaming. But by the time it's over, I don't really want to kick off again, But we are now over halfway. Well, mostly, because this is the halfway line, right? So we are just over half time. I know, and the problem is though, is I want those of you who want to watch me to be able to find a time during the week where you can watch me in a time that is reasonable for you. So, now obviously for my Australian friends, tough tears, but it means that, like today, because I started at 2 p.m, this covers a lot of people a lot to the east, because obviously, if they will have stopped working, come home and maybe watch a bit while they're cooking their dinner. For those in America, it's really early morning, sucks to be you, but then tomorrow night is more your evening time. So hence I thought that doing an evening strip would be helpful. But I'm not convinced that it really is the best use of my time. But at the same time, it does free up my daytime to do me things, but it can also mean by the time I get around to it, I'm really not in the mood anymore. Because, if the day didn't go well, I'm not feeling up to bothering to do something else. So I don't know. It's difficult. But we're now halfway through. So I do feel a bit better about myself. I can't believe it's taken this long, mind. But, I am feeling better about it. So, I mean, the other thing about this, of course, is I can do some more later, but not necessarily stream it, because this is not the thing. But I probably won't, to be honest. I've got games to play. Well, 5 hours is a fairly reasonable chunk of effort. I'm not going to disagree with that. I don't feel like I've done anyone short today, that's for sure. It's not like I've done half an hour and gone bollocks to it and logged off again. I did have one stream where that was pretty much the case because, well, I dropped my pins, then worked out that they were two different sizes and I needed to sort out the sizes, and that was just a heartache I wasn't in the mood for. You do know that that's all in a pile in a pot, and I still haven't worked it out. I just bought more pins. Screw it. I should just chuck them. So, you know, but we are doing, you know, it has grown quite well today. I'm not displeased. I'm happy that we're halfway through. I quite like how it's turning out. I don't know whether the joins will be any good, but we shall see when we get there. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be one of those things, right? It's going to be a thing. Just thought of another way to join them, actually. Oh, that's quite sad. And of course, for each way of joining them, I kind of need yet another strip to see how it compares, you know. Don't know what I'm going to do with this when I'm done, though. Anyway, there is strip to remind us of the end goal. So we've done kind of to this shape now. Yeah. So we've done just over half. That slithery snag. Hello, Amy. Yes, darling. Oh, what have you been drinking? Because I don't remember hearing you in the kitchen. What have you found? No! Don't be putting your paws on it. Doesn't need doggedy assistance. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So yes, Amy and I, as Rory's outside doing Rory things. Holy crap, holy dog! Don't look at me with that face. That face could melt metal. With breath like that, darling, I'm impressed I have a face. What have you been eating in the garden? Do I really need to ask? For I'm sure it is brown and log-like. Don't yawn! Smelly face. You ugly, smelly face. Yes. Jesus. Well, maybe that's why the coating comes off my glasses so much. Your face. You gave me a terrible side eye then, didn't you? You did. You gave me one heck of a side eye. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I'm being mugged, by the way. No, stop licking. Squirmy thing. You are an annoying bag of squirms. You are. You're a big squirmy crackhead. Yes, you are. She has discovered that if she lies on your lap, she's more likely to get a hug. So she has learned that, but the sitting still bit is still a really big struggle for Antsy Pants here. Yes. Yes. Yes, you. Oh no, we're going down now in the extra slow, leaving butt on leg variety. I've got a tail. Do you want a tail? Ow. Stop smacking. Dear God, animal. My animals have no sense of self. Right, I shall see you tomorrow at some time. I do feel bad that I can't put some of these things in a timer as I expect to stream at some point between A and B. That you know, if you put it in and saying I'm going to stream at, say, I don't know, 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. That, you know, the thought police will have you if you don't start till 9. You know. So hence I don't tend to put them in. So, but yes, I shall be back tomorrow. I thank you all for coming today, and hope you have a good evening. And see you tomorrow. Bye bye.